Hello, gentlemen.
How's it going,
Good evening.
Thomas?
Ooh, Hohenheim, you're a tad hot there. What's up?
Oh, thank you very much.
You're hot,
What's
and
my
also
volume
your mic is hot.
like all the time? What's going on?
Thank you, thank you. Sorry, I'll move
No,
away.
it's okay. It's for some reason, like it's not your fault at all. It does this with Nivik too. Everybody has like a different volume level on
Is it,
on call-in for some reason. Like
I know
I don't
that
know. Some people are louder, some people are
I know
quieter.
that
I don't
most
know if it's mics.
I know
I
that
don't.
most of your episodes start out with a
It sounds pretty average to me right
information
now. I mean,
portion.
it doesn't sound too
Would
loud or
you like
anything. But
me or you
Hohenheim's
to
is
go
like
over
really
that and read a
hot,
bit?
like it's like right next to his mouth or something. But I know that's probably not the case.
Just right next to my mouth.
Ooh. Is it in your mouth?
Finiscology.
It is now.
Yeah. I'm. When more people roll in, I'm gonna start. I'll go through my whole spiel, and this is a new series, so we're done with the epistemology series. We're going into linguistics. So,
If it makes you feel any
uh,
better, I want to do. See, the thing
as
is,
best we can.
I
I
want to
mean,
talk
like
about
obviously,
nihilism fairly consistently,
it would
but
take me a 6 month
I only
six
have
months
like one way. I think I can
every
evolve
weekend, 3 days a
in a
weekend to really
conversational
cover
manner,
all of epistemology.
and
But
I think that would be
you
only like one
everybody,
show,
if you watch the
maybe
series, you'll
two.
get it
Like,
enough that you can be dangerous with it. You know what I mean?
not as in the existential now. Yeah, I picked that to
Mm-hmm.
be. I really wish that we could just go ahead and forego traditional nihilism for that. That'd be amazing.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Oh, good.
there's multiple types of
They're
nihilism.
garbage.
Nihilism is no stance in it.
Other versions of nihilism
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I
are
know you know.
ridiculous. I understand. I understand what you're saying.
I don't
No,
disagree with
exactly. There's
existential
certain
nihilism or philosophical nihilism.
there's the
There
one view I can't remember
there are other
exactly what it
types
was,
of
but it's
nihilism, like
essentially
moral
a
nihilism and things like
solipsism.
that are harder for me
It's
to agree
nihilism
with.
towards
But
information.
yeah, if you're an epist, yeah, if you're
Yeah,
an
like you can't
epistemic nihilist, then
like even if you can
I don't know how you
even
walk out the
understand
front
some sort
door.
of
So
information, you can't understand the meaning of it. So it doesn't matter. Some bullshit. Uh, and then there's another form of nihilism that's essentially solipsism, and I can't remember what it's called right now. But solipsism bothers me too.
nihilism towards information, as in all information has no meaning. Mm.
I mean,
There's
right.
moral
It's
nihilism,
one of
there's
those things
metaphysical
where
nihilism, there's
it's one of those things where
existential
there's a
nihilism,
presupposition where
there's
it's like, well,
solipsism
maybe,
is a
and then
radical
that's what
skeptical
you
scenario,
just
what
kind
they
of
call a
like end
global
up there.
skeptical scenario, and hard solipsism is, I mean, it's hard to refute. You couldn't disprove it really.
Absolutely.
Not
No, absolutely.
entirely. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I just one of the things I want to talk about, like maybe eventually when we can get this all together, is like when I get it together, is that the
I
way that
I go with soft
existential nihilism
solipsism, which is basically
evolves
I may be in the matrix, but until
is
somebody
going
shows me a way out, what
past
can I do? I have to
after
operate within the
you get
rules
to
that are given to us,
the understanding of
or
existential
whatever.
nihilism and
Given to us, not what you know what I mean.
creating not only creating your own meaning, but realizing what or like pushing forth why it's you that can create that meaning. And I think that that's and I think that that's why it's a really important thing to
Mm-hmm.
like work on. I think see I just don't want to do a 5 part. If people are cool with doing a 5 part, I want to, but it seems ridiculous to do it. Nah, I'm probably gonna just do that. I gotta blast nihilism because like I
Yes.
fucking it just makes so much.
Yes. God, that would be a great show. Fucking do a 5-parter on that one. Seriously.
People hate it so much too. People
I have gotten to the point where I don't care if it's just four of us in here talking. I'm going to talk about what I
And
want
they
to talk
get
about.
they
You
get
know
into
what I
it
mean? Like,
a little bit too ridiculous.
too old for
They
that kind of shit
don't,
feeling.
They don't take it as far as it can actually go. Like the first thing they
No,
want
I
to say
mean,
is just like,
like I
"Why don't you just
said,
kill yourself?" It's like,
uh,
well, from
I
a
would love to
nihilistic
hear
point of view, you understand
that's
that that's just as meaningless as me
they
living
yeah,
by
they don't want to
accident.
think about it. They don't
Like,
want to even
and not
speak
only
it.
that, but like if I
don't
have
believe in
have my own
anything. I'm a
agency of
nihilist.
thought, I go, well, I can kill myself now, or see if things
Mm-hmm.
change and be around for that. That's a decision you have to make, and that's a part of becoming
Yeah, it's so stupid.
part of dealing with this is unfortunately dealing with a lot of the darkness in you, and sometimes
Mm-hmm.
people succumb to that, and that's really fucked up and unfortunate. And I don't wish that anybody succumbs to that at all in any kind of way. However, I do think, in my personal view, that thinking this way can make you psychologically stronger when coming to terms with difficult things. Yeah, and
Yep.
that's. I don't think it's better than any other way. I just think that it helps harden you for future things when it comes to this type of dialect. But see, I disagree. That I don't even think I was gonna say I disagree because I don't think I'm a
I
stoic.
agree with you 100%. As much as 100% can be.
Actively not. Yes.
Nihilism creates a stoic. I'm just playing. Yeah.
Gross.
No. Nihilism is it's not necessarily a philosophical stance.
Really?
It's more like it's like a genre associated with many different types of philosophical fields. So like I don't know why anybody would want to be an epistemological nihilist, like an epistemic nihilist, because then you don't even know if what you think is real or right or meaningful or
it makes
anything.
more sense to me.
But existential nihilism, what you're talking about that makes you stronger, the idea that there is no capital M meaning out there that you can go touch, that you can find and put in your little box.
What I say is
that's
right.
that as far as I'm
what I mean
concerned
is
is true.
You don't have to. Excuse me. Listen, with existentialism, you don't have to. Shit, I got too high. Where was I at?
You're fine. You're fine. We're just fucking around right now.
At.
It's gonna be a long show.
I remember that. There's a lot about it. Was it?
You're fine.
Go ahead.
I smoke too.
Right.
We were talking about existential nihilism.
I mean, you could be that far into
something about existential nihilism.
Is it
I don't remember what it was. Well, you can.
See, the funny thing is about that is that there's a
you could be such a nihilist that you could say, "Well, life doesn't even exist."
Well, what do you do there?
It's just a fucking meaningless dream.
Well, what are you supposed to? How are you supposed to enter? No, they exist. That's not a joke. They're real.
Or you could be a hardcore solipsist.
No, they're
and
real.
Just be like,
Why wouldn't they be?
Just figments of my imagination. Never. A solipsist convention.
I will get back to it eventually.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Harry.
Of course it's real. This is Murphy's Law, of course. Rule 34. God, I don't remember what you're saying though, but it's all good. Perry, are you here? I haven't even looked back at the. Perry. Mon cher Perry.
How goes it?
Hello. What's up?
Was it well? Here's this is how that works. If it makes you feel better.
Writing down a few more notes, waiting for a few more people to show in here. So me and Jack have just been talking a little bit about nihilism.
I consider myself an
existential nihilist also. If that kind of rock with free will. So you have biological determinism, right?
Believe in free will,
which is
and I
what
find
is
that hard to
true.
reconcile
That
those
is
two
true.
things
Biological
together.
determinism is a set of biological determinism is evolution, and it's a set of chemicals that are capable of operating in your brain based on certain stimuli that you've accumulated based off thousands of years of evolution within your mind, within your ancestors. So that is true, and that's how you're going to react. However, you do have a certain level of agency within that reaction. To do something about that. Whether or not it's follow that reaction, whether or not it's stopping that reaction, whether or not it's kind of half going with the reaction, or whether it's not, it's like not doing.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Well, see, that's the problem of compatibilism. That's what that is that we can have our cake and eat it too. You know, it is determined. It's biologically and evolutionarily determined, chemically, that those things were going to happen, and that I would be saying this sentence. But you see what I'm saying? Like it's the free will is shoehorned into the determinism argument, because it does seem as though we have will, whether it be free or not. Me and Perry have talked a lot about this. Perry, if you want to comment a little bit longer and y'all want to go on about this for a minute, I'll get into the linguistics in a second.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this could tangent on to a few-hour discussion, but
yeah, I mean, just write this shit down, and when I get done with my linguistic stuff, we can go back to it.
What I would say is I don't believe in God, but even if there is a God who is omnipotent and omniscient, there is one will. And to say
I need to know a little bit further on that.
There's no separate agency.
Are you talking about like?
I mean, where does my agency end
from a river and then a lion or like a tiger fucking just pounces
I think
you?
it's just all nature's one will. And we don't even know the choices that we make.
You're talking about like Schopenhauerian will?
Yeah.
Oh man, Nivik just he's Well, I'm laughing because you're ridiculous, Nivik. We were talking and you just flirted.
Yeah. So
you don't have no free will.
If you don't think that was funny, Nivik, and we're there be bursting into laughter, I don't know what you think is funny. That was funny.
I'm gonna start the fucking cult of Nivik.
So
hey, who was that? Who laughed? What's so funny?
Are you cool with cameras, or I don't want to take the spotlight?
There are people that I think those people exist.
I just gotta switch to this one, and hello, I'm also of the bald persuasion.
It's okay. It's okay.
No.
It's true. Okay.
Shampoo is also alleged. Also, by the way,
yeah, I'm up here.
Most stuff you guys get from the grocery store,
as long as people can hear my lovely voice.
Detergent and not cleaner. It's secondhand detergent. Almost everything, including
yes, bald is
best.
Don't have to buy shampoo.
Detergent. You need to look
just
at the
use
bottle
bar of soap.
And look at things that aren't that.
Much
there
cleaner.
are. It is synthetic detergent. You really got to be paying attention. It is crazy. Yeah, you got to really look. You got to really look at the bottles.
Ooh,
Irish Spring's fine. Irish Spring's good. Irish Spring's good. Like, there's stuff out there when you get it. Like, it never get anything that's like a 3-in-1. That's gonna be terrible for you. Even 2-in-1 stuff is not good. Make sure you buy a decent brand. If you buy Axe everything,
that's fucked up.
You know.
I use like Irish Spring soap. I think that's my soap.
Detergent doesn't go on your body base. That's what's wrong with the detergent. It doesn't go on your body.
Mm-hmm.
Chemical X.
My deodorant is Arm& Hammer or something like that. I can't remember.
Oh, anyway. I don't believe in God, so he doesn't.
I now have the mental
being,
image
I'm
of
being
drinking
real about
detergent,
it, but also I don't
know,
believe
just
in God.
straight
So
from the
even if he was real,
cap
this
when you
power
pour it.
would do nothing.
Just take me a little
I'm
sip.
so, I'm sorry,
I have
Jack.
no
I did
belief
that
in
wrong.
him.
What I meant to say was that God says you're supposed to do this and do that, not me.
But linguistics, what is
I forgot how that
linguistics?
worked.
He's being sarcastic as hell. Nivik's being sarcastic. I am not convinced of the claims either. Not yet. Well, let's get into it. So basically, everyone, welcome to the Pangburn Hangout. All of our listeners, thanks for coming here after Mace's show. Thanks for everybody showing up at Mace's show. A lot of people showed up. That was good. Linguistics is important because we started off with my series talking about, you know, empathy and the dialectic and making friends, but also learning at the same time, you know, being lovey-dovey like I like to be. And we then went into logic and the structures of reasoning, and then we went into burden of proof, and then we went into epistemology for about 25 episodes. So now, because Perry requested it, and because I think it's super important to understand how philosophical discourse happens, I mean, language is at the base of all of it. To even have a logical thought, one must have a language in their abstract conscious mind to be able to recognize the pattern. So it's like really, I mean, that's just a simple, that's a gross oversimplification. But I mean, go ahead. That's okay. We'll be taking callers here in about, I don't know. We'll see how long we'll see how long it goes. But no, I'm not shutting Mace up. He can say whatever he wants to. Oh, he's just getting hazed. Okay. All right. So definitely, if any of my speakers, and I don't know where the hell Scott is. I texted Scott like 10 minutes ago, but he's not answering, so he must be doing some Christmas stuff or with his daughter or whatever. But he'll show up soon enough. And I think Josh, I think Josh is going to come in a little later, so we'll have fun with that. Yeah, woohoo. So the reason why I think linguistics is so important is because it is the base of all logical reasoning, and it deals with semantics. It also deals with formal languages, how we see a formal system in science as a formal language. You know, basically, if you get into it, I'm gonna start using my notes and shit. We'll go ahead and get into it. If we want to talk about linguistics in general, it's the scientific study of language. You know, I would call it a scientific study because it entails the comprehensive, systematic, and extremely precise analysis of all aspects of language. You know, particularly like its nature and its structure and its what do you call that? Paradigms, its archetypes. So linguistics is concerned with both the cognitive and social aspects of language. So obviously how the brain processes it, how we process it through auditory language, oral language, whatever it may be. And it is considered a scientific field as well as an academic discipline. So it is a science. It's classified under natural science, which is the overall genera, the overall category. And then you have social and cognitive science under that, and it's considered a social science and a cognitive science. So we will be getting into cognitive science later on after this series. So I'm interested in all social science, all natural sciences, pretty much anything like that's going to interest me. Anything from physics to astronomy to anything, any natural science. All cognitive science is super important, and we will get into that as well. But linguistics is what we're focusing on. So if you think about it, traditionally areas of like linguistic analysis they're concerned with the phenomena found in human linguistic systems. So we're talking about things like syntax, the rules governing the structure of sentences, semantics, the meanings of those sentences as propositions, morphology, which is like the structure of words and how they change, phonetics, the speech sounds and like gestures, sign language, body language, phonology, which is like the abstract sound system of a particular language as compared to another, pragmatics, linguistic pragmatics, or how social context contributes to the meaning of the conversation or the linguistics. There's also biolinguistics and psycholinguistics, which we'll get into in later episodes. But I mean, linguistics encompasses a ridiculous amount of branches and subfields. They're theoretical and practical. So they have applied styles and they have theoretical styles. Theoretical linguistics, including descriptive linguistics, is concerned with understanding the fundamental nature of language and develop the theoretical framework for describing it. That's a lot of what Chomsky's work is about. Applied linguistics, opposingly to theoretical linguistics, seeks to utilize the scientific findings of theoretical linguistics to develop methods for improving language education, literacy, and other interdisciplinary fields associated with these things. So I guess I'll read just a little bit more and then I'll get everybody's take here. So linguistic phenomena, I'm reading from my notes and another page here, sorry guys. Linguistic phenomena may be studied through a variety of perspectives, synchronically, which is describing a language at a specific point in time, or diachronically through historical development. So we'll talk about historical linguistics. So and we'll talk about oral structures and how things pass down. We're going to talk about, so linguistics is related to the philosophy of language. We're going to cover that. It's related to stylistics, which is the easiest way it's an applied linguistic, which is the study of interpretation of texts and all types of our spoken language in regard to their linguistic and tonal style. So that's what stylistics is. Rhetorics, which I think everybody kind of knows what that is the art of persuasion, talking to a crowd. Semiotics, which is the study of sign processes and meaning making. It's the basic, it's how we give the letter A the sign meaning that it has in our mind and the corresponding sounds. So semiotics is that whole study. Lexiconography, how we structure the thesaurus of our understanding about words and the propositions within the meanings of the sentences. And then one of the last things to point out is philology, which is the study of language in oral and written historical sources. It's the intersection of like textual criticism, literary criticism, history, and linguistics. That's philology. All four of those together. So they all kind of play together all the time. They're hardly ever separated. But that's just a general outline of linguistics. And of course, I'll go over some more basics here in just a second. But I want to get some words from you guys. Perry, what you thinking? I'm thinking you got something on your mind there.
Sounds good to me so far.
Okay. Anybody have anything they want to say?
Once we go more into detail about semiotic or syntax or morphology or whatever.
Yeah, I'm just going over the structures of it right now. So I think the next episode we'll go history of linguistics. That way we can see how it's evolved. But right now we're just going to talk about the subfields of linguistics. We'll just talk about those real quick. We can go through them. So, we'll start with semiotics. Where is that? I forgot. So So semiotics is about sign making. I just had the damn page open. Sorry, guys. Wah, wah. So hang on one second.
If I could jump in, Thomas.
Please do. Go ahead.
Isn't logic a language, though? Well,
yes.
You said that language would be the base.
No, reason itself is not a language. Reason is just reason. You know what I mean? Like the laws of logic or whatever you want to consider the laws of thought, the principle of the explosion, that's reason. I wouldn't call that a language. in terms of the philosophy of mathematics, I'm a logicist. So I believe, well, I'm very close to believing that logic led to mathematics, and mathematics is the language. Logic is the foundational reason underpinning the language.
Oh, then I agree. Yeah, no, reason would come before language, and that's why I was assigning logic.
I mean, we have to assume reason is reasonable without a language, right? I mean, I guess even grunts and shit is a language. So I mean, there was language. I mean, there's language with chimps and apes and stuff now. So there had to be when we were first forming on the plains of Africa. You know what I mean? So
To describe meaning and understanding that meaning between the two interlocutors is the language.
the language between the interlocutors is what? Say that again.
You prescribe the meaning like a babadaboo means hello.
Yes, I got
once
you now.
established when a person says that, then you understand. A person that is not established with that is not established with, you just not going to make sense to that person.
Oh, I got you. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about semiotics. So semiotics is the systematic study of sign processes and meaning making. So it's an activity, it's any activity or behavior or process that involves signs, where a sign is defined as anything that communicates something, usually called a meaning or a proposition, to the sign's interpreter. So the meaning can be intentional, such as a word uttered with a specific meaning, or unintentional, such as a symptom being a sign of a particular medical condition. So signs can also communicate feelings, obviously, through any of the senses. Contemporary semiotics is a branch of science that studies meaning making and various types of epistemological claims. So I think semiotics is one of the most important things to study, especially in linguistics, because it's a huge field because it also delves into computer science. There's computational semiotics, there's biosemiotics, cognitive semiotics. It's a deep field. We're not going to get too deep into it because it gets really into the dry computer science shit that I could care less about because I had to do it in school and I don't want to do it anymore. But we can get into some things like connotation and denotation. Everybody knows what those things are. Signs and relations, modalities, which is modes of different signs that we can use. Let's see, there's all kinds of different things. What do I want to cover on this? Anybody want to make a comment on semiotics? Do they have any arguments or ideas that any examples they want to give? No? All right. I'm going to keep asking you guys. It's okay if you're quiet. I don't give a shit. So the semiotic tradition explores the study of signs and symbols as a significant part of communication. Unlike linguistics, semiotics also studies non-linguistic sign systems like I was just talking about. So semiotics includes the study of signs, indication, designation, likeness, analogy, allegory, metaphor, symbolism, signification, and communication. It's the study of signs and sign processes and all that. So it also has anthropological and sociological dimensions to it, which is like, I can't even pronounce it. It says on Stanford, it says, for example, the Italian semiotician and novelist Umberto Eco proposed that every cultural phenomenon may be studied as communication. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. Some semioticians focus on the logical dimensions of the science, however. They examine areas also belonging to the life sciences and natural science, such as how organisms make predictions about and adapt to their semiotic niche in the world. So that would be semiosis. That's interesting. I don't want to get too far off topic on semiotics, but yeah, semiosis is just sign process. That's all it means. But fundamental semiotic theories take sign or sign systems as their object of study. Applied semiotics analyzes cultures and cultural artifacts according to the ways that they construct meaning between their beings of signs, through their signs. Excuse me. The communication of information in living organisms is covered in biosemiotics, including zoosemiotics and phytosemiotics, which I assume is plants. Yeah. Phytosemiotics is a branch of biosemiotics that studies the sign processes in plants, or more broadly, the vegetative semiosis. Interesting. We won't get too deep into that. So yeah, semiotics, we can talk. John Locke wrote a lot about semiotics. So did one of our favorites, Charles Sanders Peirce, the pragmatist. Looks like he had a lot of ideas about linguistics and semiotics. We'll have to cover that at some point. We may hear in just a moment, depending on what people want to talk about. Let's see. We could talk about the syntactics of semiotics, cognitive semiotics. I didn't study that today, so that would be a new one for me if we do it today. Did you have anything? Perry, you're my fucking number 2, man. Did you want to comment on anything?
So you brought up Charles Peirce. I would maybe bring up William James in regards to semiotics. In his piece, World of Pure Experience, he talks about how we can see these symbols and these signs directly, though, of course, our experience isn't a one-for-one representation of whatever we're looking at. No. But we use our language to describe these symbols and these signs, and he regards to it as a secondary concept. So our primary concept would be that pure experience of interpreting whatever sign it is, and then describing it would be the secondary concept. So, as I'm sure you can right away create some some issues with realizing that.
We got a little bit of background noise, guys. Hello? Is that on you, Perry?
I hear it too, so I don't think.
Everybody else is muted, so I don't know how it could be. That was weird as shit. Oh well.
What's up, man?
Who's talking?
Yeah, who's talking right now?
I did not know you had. I'm just chilling with my dog.
What the fuck?
I'm not the app.
Hopefully, what I said didn't.
I'm in the callers. I'm not actually calling. I'm in the listeners. I don't know how I got on.
That's fucking weird, dude. Yeah, so, that's weird as shit.
Let me get out, guys. I'm sorry.
No, you're
that's
good,
really
man.
Cool.
It's the Colin is still in beta, so we're gonna have issues like that. I didn't know where that was coming from. It was getting so weird. Perry, did you want to finish what you were saying, bud, about William James or Peirce? I can read about Peirce if you want to, about semiotics.
Language is a secondary concept that we use to describe our first primary concept that we interpret with our visual or whatever senses. That's about it.
Define what you mean by primary concept, or what you think they meant by primary concept.
Well, he originally describes a secondary concept. I'm not sure if he actually says primary concept, but as a non-vacuous contrast, I'm assuming that he has an idea of a primary conception. So the secondary conception is represented by the language that we use. These grunts, these utterances, as you said earlier, those are secondary concepts to what we're actually trying to this. Primary concept is pure experience, as titled in his work, World of Pure Experience. And we have a secondary experience or concept that we use via language to describe that pure experience. Just thought it would have been interesting to throw in since you mentioned Charles Peirce.
Yeah, I mean, we can read about. He has a list of categories that I could read about, but it looks as though it's a little too dry. Does
that make sense to you, or am I just?
Well, I didn't. I think primary concepts kind of doesn't make sense to me, but I understand that that's like the primary concept is some mental construct or system in your brain that you derive an axiom from, or what do you mean?
So you're fixed on this primary concept. Okay. Secondary concept is the original term that he uses. Okay. The primary concept, which I am adding in, because I'm assuming that it is somewhat of a non-vacuous contrast to secondary concepts, is what he means by pure experience. As in the title... Dude, what am I...
Dude, we've got to fix this, man. Whoever's in the callers, back out real quick, man.
You can just...
man. The dog just hit me in the balls. Ow.
Yeah, we're gonna have to fix that butter. We're gonna have to, hop up. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's just a little too crazy with all the noises going on. Go ahead, Perry.
It's lost at this point. We should just move on.
Yeah, it's all good. Let's go back to, because I was enjoying this. I'm learning as well as I go. I've read most of this today, but I don't remember all of it. I'm not an android, but I have to keep reading back to Stanford. I also found this really cool linguistics textbook, which I took a lot of notes on. It is if anybody wants to know it, it is the Linguistics 7th edition, an Introduction to Language and Communication under the MIT Press. So I used that as one of my sources as well. So it's very helpful, and so is Wikipedia, and so is Stanford. So let's see what Charles Sanders Peirce talked about. He said, in the 19th century, Charles Sanders Peirce defined what he termed semiotic as the quasi-necessary or formal doctrine of signs, which abstracts what must be characters of all signs used by an intelligence capable of learning by experience. So, and which is philosophical logic pursued in terms of signs and sign processes. Interesting. That's a weird sentence. Okay, Peirce's perspective is considered as philosophical logic, studied in terms of signs that are not always linguistic or artificial. The Peircean semiotic addresses, see there, he's got some interesting terminology here that he's using. The Peircean semiotic addresses not only the external I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. The Peircean semiotic addresses not only the external communication mechanism, but the internal representation machine, investigating sign processes and modes of inference, as well as the whole inquiry process in general. So, okay, the Peircean semiotic addresses not only external communication mechanism, but the internal representation machine. So he's talking about the mind, I assume, investigating sign processes and modes of inference in the mind. That's why I considered it a philosophical logic. Interesting. Peircean semiotic is triadic, which includes sign, object, and interpretant, as opposed to the dyadic Saussurean tradition, which is signifier and signified. So you have two ideas, the Peircean idea of sign, object, and interpretant, and then you have the Saussurean tradition of signifier and signified. Peircean semiotics further subdivides each of the three traditional triadic elements into three subtypes. So he gets really deep into this. But this is still just understanding that the semiotics is basically at the foundation of all formal languages and formal systems. It's having axioms and then having those axioms be signs to derive theorems. So, like, I may have said that not perfectly correctly, but I think you get what I mean. Let's see. Let's go to... Did you have anything to say about Peirce there, Perry, or did you want to talk about James again or anything?
No, I'm good.
Okay. So, I guess this is the semiotics episode tonight because we pretty much covered. Let me just real quick. Let me run over the outline of linguistics, what I covered, real quick, and then we'll go back to semiotics and just make this the semiotics episode, I guess. I won't go too much further in depth. We'll have another episode on semiotics, and then because I don't want to talk too long, because there's not really a lot to debate here. This is a group study room, of course. We're here to learn together. and talk about these complex subjects. So if people do have things to say, write it down. Write it down as we're talking here, and then we can talk about it later when you call in, or when you call in or whatever. We can talk about it then, and we can hash it out. If you have something to say on the topic, of course. Not everybody's interested in linguistics, but I am, and I know Perry is. But so let's just name them off real quick. The subfields in linguistics. There's general linguistics, which is syntax, semantics, semiotics, lexiconography, morphology, and pragmatics. We talked about those a little bit earlier. Syntax is the study of how words and morphemes combine to form larger units. So it's the rules of the grammar. It's the rules of the language. The semantics, of course, is the meaning of the proposition of the reference meaning. Then there's what's called lexis, which is the lexicon. It designates the complete set of all possible words in a language, or a particular subset of words that are grouped by some specific language criteria. Morphology, which is the study of words and how they're formed and their relationship to other words in the same language. So how the words can change and how they morph around, right? Morphology. It's the property of sound and meaning dynamics in language. So it deals with the sounds of how the words are put together and how that creates the semiotics of the meaning of the word. And then pragmatics is just how it contributes to social, how it contributes to meaning in a social context. There's also theoretical linguistics, and that's just the study of language as an abstract object. So I guess I could find an example. Theoretical linguistics is a term in linguistics can be understood in different ways. Both can be taken. No, that's not important. So we're just going to understand it as the study of language as an abstract object, because remember there's two types. There's theoretical linguistics and applied linguistics. When I say general linguistics a minute ago, I'm just giving off the subfields and branches. So the branches of theoretical linguistics are generative linguistics, which is an approach to seek it tries to ground, to foundationalize grammar in a specialized language module. Then there's formalism, which is the theory of language as a formal system with mathematical logical rules and a formal grammar. That is how languages are formed from linguistics, is through a systematic process known as formalism. Functional linguistics, which is language as used and coming from use, so a practical application. Quantitative linguistics, which is the study of quantitative language laws and corresponding general theories about linguistics. And then, of course, formal semantics, the study of semantics through logic-based models and modules. There is a lot more, especially in the field of applied linguistics, but right now we're just going to focus on general and theoretical. There's also descriptive linguistics, phonology and phonetics, like we talked about earlier, philology, that intersection of textual criticism and history and linguistics that all kind of comes together. And of course, psycholinguistics, which deals with the study of the psychological and neurobiological factors that enable humans to acquire, use, comprehend, and produce language. A psycholinguist, I think Steven Pinker is a psycholinguist. I could be wrong. I think he has a degree in psychology and linguistics. And I think that's what he studies. Yeah, second language acquisition, language development, language acquisition. That's psycholinguistics.
By the way, Tom, you ever taken a class in linguistics?
I did on MIT Open Course these last few weeks, but no, I've never taken one. Why?
Well, no, I mean you seem pretty knowledgeable when it comes with that, so I was curious on that.
I appreciate that.
I'm curious about your curiosity in linguistics. Why? What made you? What made you wanted to talk about it?
Well, we kind of covered that a little earlier, and I don't know if you showed up a little later or whatever, but oh no, I think you were there. Basically, linguistics is logic and reasoning is the main structure, and then on top of that, before you get to science or anything else, is linguistics, language. Math is a language, music is a language, English is a language. We have to have all of these before we can communicate anything about physics or anything about science or anything about anything really. Linguistics and semantics and formal languages, understanding how languages form, is super important to understand the whole nature of philosophy itself. So we're talking about the basics of how we communicate philosophy to each other.
Yeah, it's very important, and
I think so.
You'd be very interested in it, in establishing communication.
Yes.
In other words, things can really go south if you don't do that, because a person could misinterpret, or whatever is said, there's not an understanding, so there's no way that people could be in the same page and things can break down. I mean, like, nothing can happen at all, right? Because nobody knows what anyone's saying. So it's very crucial. Yeah.
I think it's super crucial. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Somebody else was saying something. Did I hear somebody else? No, Perry? No Honenheim? I don't know who else is here. I've been looking at Stanford. Sorry.
Yes.
Oh, we got Masha here too. Sorry. Go ahead, Nivik. I'm sorry, bud.
Yeah, society will break down. Can break down.
I think without an understanding of, I mean, obviously the lay person doesn't have to understand this. They're busy paying their taxes and living their lives and doing all that stuff. I'm a dude on disability who sits around and learns this shit all day because I'm obsessed with philosophy and psychology, and I want to understand how to communicate with people better. And that's why linguistics is so important to me. I think linguistics is also important to you as well, because you like the idea of studying communication, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to understand people too.
Yeah. So we talked. I'm gonna start. We'll start back on semiotics in just a second, and we won't go too much longer. We'll start just talking about whatever, because a lot of this is dry and a lot of it's just information. There's nothing to really. There's a little bit to talk about when we talk about different interpretations of, like, people interpreting semiotics, but in terms of just understanding about semiotics, there's nothing to really debate about, So, we talked about so we covered general linguistics, theoretical linguistics, descriptive linguistics, applied linguistics, and psycholinguistics. We'll get into other subfields and discourses and things like that, and maybe a couple of schools and movements and approaches that are happening now in linguistics as we go along. I don't know how long the series is going to be, but we're definitely going to cover a good bit of this as much as we can so that we can understand it, and that people can come back and watch this series and have an understanding of, a basic, because that's all I've got is a basic understanding of linguistics, and hopefully I can impart that to other people, and we can all have a better foundation for our philosophy, because that's what I want. But just real quick, Perry, did we want, since we already talked about semiotics, did you have any ideas? Are you reading anything about semiotics right now that you find important, or?
Yeah, well,
I mean, just kind of.
You said it was dry with the information, and that perhaps there might be no. I forget what you just said about 40 seconds ago, but
yeah, there's no contention about dry salient information.
So the only criticism, since I always have one somehow, would be the case of structuralism versus post-structuralism, or modernism versus postmodernism.
Mm-hmm. In linguistics, we're in the analytic philosophy field. Obviously, there are some continental approaches to linguistics, but we're covering it analytically mostly. We will we will probably definitely cover some semantics that deals with continental philosophy, for sure.
I'm sure if we described what structuralism was and then what post-structuralism was, there would not be, I mean, there's always a majority, but there would be differing opinions, I think, amongst the speakers and listeners on whether there are universals, are there not universals, is it fluid, is it static, is it changing, or is there some methodology that we ought to abide by? I think perhaps there'd be some differing opinions about that, but we can get into that whenever, obviously it's episode 1.
That's why I'm telling people, write it down, because we're just covering the dry stuff right now. I want to make sure that we all have, because like I said, this is for people in the future that can listen back to the episode, they can re-go, if they don't want to go and read all this shit, I'm doing it for you. So, and making notes and trying to condense this down into the easiest possible way to express it. Not like everybody's stupid, not that. It's just there's really no point in understanding everything about linguistics, obviously. But I mean, I think it's so important to understand the main points and understand that we really are, like you say all the time, Perry, just making utterances to each other. And somehow this allows us to communicate these complex and ridiculous ideas that are extremely abstract and unwieldy to, like, right now I'm having trouble even describing the unwieldiness of it, which is kind of meta. So
what's the definition of that? What's the definition of definition? What's the meaning of
meaning?
Exactly. So it becomes meta.
These are all linguistic paradoxes, you know what I mean? And that's probably where they stay, is in linguistics instead of in actuality, you know what I mean?
Well, that's what we were talking about the other day, of mind dependent versus mind independent,
Yeah, realism, anti-realism. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. We went over that That was a fucking fun conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I fucking love that shit.
I'm like still exhausted from it, low key. I'm not even kidding.
No, it's all good. That was one of my favorite ones recently. So in semiotics, there are formulations and subfields. Let's see. What did I write down? Oh, yeah, I wrote down syntactics. What else we got here? Cognitive semiotics. Finite semiotics? I didn't read about that one. Or pictorial semiotics. Interesting. The semiotics of dreaming. Ooh.
That would be something that Carl Jung covers in his
work.
Work.
Definitely. It's Sigmund Freud. I'm just reading it right now. Okay, there's so many things to cover on semiotics, guys. I would have to do a class. Let's just read a little bit about... I'm going to have to pronounce this fucking right eventually. Semioticians classify signs or sign systems in relation to the way they are transmitted through modality, which is, in semiotics, a modality is a particular way in which information is to be encoded for presentation to humans. Example, the type of sign and to the status of reality ascribed to the claimed sign. So like a stop sign, right? We all claim the same thing when we see an octagon with a red sign that says STOP on it. That's semiotics. So I'm trying to think what's relevant here. It says to coin a word to refer to a thing, the community must agree on a simple meaning, which is called a denotative meaning, within their own language. But that word can transmit that meaning only within that language's grammatical structure and codes, within its syntax and within its semantics. So these semantics also represent the values of the culture and are able to add new shades of connotation to every aspect of life. So that's a good way to understand how semiotics is culturally ingrained and basically comes from culture, from the society. That's why sociology is so closely associated with linguistics. And in sociology, you get into structuralism and post-structuralism. which we may cover way down the road after psychology. Psychology is going to be a fucking year, guys. So we just discussed how important semiotics is. So to explain the relationship between semiotics and communication studies, communication is defined as the process of transferring data and or meaning, semantics, from a source to a receiver. Kind of like how we talked about earlier, the signifier and the signified. Hence, communication theorists construct models based on codes, media, and context to explain biology, psychology, and mechanics, or methodologies involved. Semiotics, both of those disciplines recognize that the technical process cannot be separated from the fact that the receiver must decode the data. So, an example, be able to distinguish the data as salient and making meaning out of it. So this is extreme importance in communication right here. Where we have trouble in communication and talking with each other is that we have to have the same lexicons. We have to be at least close enough in our lexiconography to be salient on these important contexts of making these signs. So this implies that there is a necessary overlap between semiotics and communication, obviously. Many of the concepts are shared, although in each field the emphasis is different. Okay, all right. In Messages and Meanings, Marcel Danesi in 1994 suggested that semioticians' priorities were to study signification first and communication second. Okay.
Yes.
Interesting. There was another, real quick, it said a more extreme view is offered by Jean-Jacques Natisse, who, as a musicologist, considered the theoretical study of communication irrelevant to his version of semiotics. Interesting. Musicologist. I mean, I'm obsessed with music, and I'm not a... So it's just... I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would just reiterate and be naive and say what I was saying earlier. This is exactly what I was trying to say with secondary concepts. That we have first the sensory data of pure experience is what I was referring to as the primary conception. And with communication, there's no way around it. It becomes a secondary concept of us. We are delineating with more sensory data, i.e., voice, sound. That would be the sensory data in that case.
Auditory data. Yeah.
What we first interpreted with our other sensory data of the pure experience at first. So the communication always has this issue of trying to describe perfectly what our pure experience is of something, and then trying to.
Maybe that's why Marcel. Maybe that's why Marcel Danesi said, study signification first and communication second.
Exactly.
Because the signification is an abstract process. It's the sign itself. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's anything that communicates meaning to the interpreter of the sign. So obviously, if you give someone a sign, like a word, that they don't understand, then there's no meaning attached to it. There's the proposition doesn't exist. So it's like two people talking past each other. You know what I mean? In the ways that we understand words and the way they're put together and how we understand their definition to ourselves, that's somebody's going to have a different lexicon than, every person has a different lexicon in terms of how they use their term, in ways of how they use their terminology. So.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what made me think about it when you said that.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's cover syntactics and cognitive semiotics, and then I'll stop it at that because, good Lord, there is a lot more on this Stanford page to go over. We don't really have to. If I cover this on semiotics tonight, because God, guys, there's so many. There's biosemiotics, computational semiotics, cognitive semiotics, ethnosemiotics, film semiotics. There's like 50 of these. And there's no reason to study all of these. We understand that semiotics is the meaning-making process between the sign, the interpreter, or the interpreted, and the sign, the interpreter, or the God damn it. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Semiotics is the sign and the interpreter and the interpreted, which is the sign and the signifier and the signified. That's what I was trying to say. God, couldn't remember that. But when we get into all these other different fields, like finite semiotics and social semiotics and music semiology, the study of signs as they pertain to music on a variety of levels in music theory. Okay, awesome. That's probably pretty important to a music theoretician. You know what I mean? Biosemiotics is the study of semiotic processes at all levels of biology. That's interesting. This field of semiotics that studies. Is a field of semiotics and biology that studies the pre-linguistic meaning-making, biological interpretation processes, and productions of signs and codes in the biological process. Okay.
What are you looking at?
I'm at Stanford Encyclopedia looking at biosemiotics. But we're not going to get into all those right now. Let's just read about. Well, actually, let's read about cognitive semiotics and syntactics real quick. Did you have something to say, Nivik? I'm sorry.
No, I was just asking you what you're looking at. And another thing, I think people just seek, people will lean towards what's relatable, what's familiar.
A lot of people will, yeah. They'll stick to their traditions.
They'd be more comfortable with that than the unknown. There could be, yeah. How I see folks is like people could lean to the unknown. I mean, people can gravitate to the known of what's familiar, to what's more comfortable, and sometimes they would go to the unknown because of curiosity, and there's just those two internal struggles at times. Sometimes people, there's always a quest to seek understanding, but sometimes that could be, I think that could overrun with fear of what of potential harm, what could become
over bad communication.
No, I'm just you're saying that you're curious about understanding people, and I'm saying like communication. There's an established understanding between one person and another. When there's lack of understanding, things can break down because you don't know what a person's thinking. There's not really a communication. I'm saying like when people are on the same page, when they get each other, they can more relate to each other. They're more cool with each other. And if there's lack of understanding, people could potentially fear what and who they don't understand, and that could be a potential threat. So it's probably might make sense to just get rid of you. Why take the chance? Because you could be a potential. You could be.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but that's why we're talking about linguistics, so we can get better at communicating with each other, so we don't have to go with not understanding each other and getting into a fight. You know what I mean? Now, I understand that most people. Okay, go ahead, Nivik.
I'm just joking. No, I just okay. That was a joke. Never mind.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the joke. My bad.
No, what the fuck you said about my mama? Never mind.
It's all good, brother. So let's cover syntactics and let's cover cognitive semiotics, and then we'll call it at that, and we'll open the floor up to callers, and we'll have discussions and talk about random shit. Okay. So syntactics in semiotics. So semiotics differs from linguistics in general, in that semiotics generalizes the definition of a sign to encompass signs in any medium or sensory modality. So thus, it broadens the range of sign systems and sign relations and extends the definition of language in what amounts to its widest analogical or metaphorical sense. So it's saying that the study of syntactics is the widest, the study of semiotics is the widest range of understanding sign systems, rather than, okay, I'm trying to understand what this damn sentence on Stanford is saying. It says semiotics differs from linguistics in that it generalizes the definition of a sign to encompass signs in any medium or sensory modality. So yeah, semiotics is talking about any sign making whatsoever. It's talking about any medium, eyes, ears, whatever, any sensory modality.
So if you come across another like two people they don't speak no language at all between each other. They can't understand each other, what each other is saying at all. The best way for those two to communicate with them is through signs. Like you go to the wall and you start drawing symbols or pictures, right? And in order to communicate, then going
yeah. I mean, that's all we're doing, really. You know what I mean? And we're agreeing on the interpretations of the signs. If nobody agreed that an octagon that's red that had the word stop on it actually meant stop, then what would be the point of having stop signs? You know what I mean? The sign is associated. So what syntactics is saying is that it broadens the range of sign systems and sign relations. The branch of semiotics that deals with such formal relations between signs or expressions and abstraction from their significant guys, hang on, let me get a drink for a second. That's why I'm fucking all this up. Just ungodly dry mouth.
You sound like Nivik now.
No, he was making a good point. I mean,
yeah, no, I know.
So it says the branch of semiotics that deals with such formal systems or such formal relations between signs or expressions in abstraction from their signification and their interpreters is referred to as syntactics. So I'm going to read that one more time. The branch of semiotics that deals with such formal relations between signs or expressions in abstraction from their signification and their interpreters is referred to as syntactics. So it's talking about the relation between signs in abstraction from their signification and their interpreters. Let's see if we can find an example. Hang on. So Peirce's definition of the term semiotic as the study of necessary features of signs also has the effect of distinguishing the discipline from linguistics as the study of contingent features that the world's languages happen to have acquired in the course of their evolutions. So from a subjective standpoint, perhaps more difficult is the distinction between semiotics and the philosophy of language. Okay. So what we said a minute ago kind of still a little bit confuses me because I didn't read about syntactics today. It says okay, so I guess it's just meaning the syntax and abstraction. So like it's the relationship between signs in an abstraction from their signification and their interpreters. So it's just talking about the abstraction of the sign in syntactics, the syntax, I guess. So different authors have called themselves philosophers of language or semiotician, but this difference does not match the separation between analytic and continental philosophy, just like I was saying a minute ago. On a closer look, there may be found some differences regarding the subjects. Philosophy of language, which we will cover, pays more attention to natural languages or formal systems of language, while semiotics is deeply concerned with non-linguistic signification. So signage and sign making and meaning making without speaking or hearing or anything like that. Philosophy of language also bears connections to linguistics, while semiotics might appear closer to some of the humanities or literary theory or cultural anthropology like sociology, right? So that's syntactics. It's a complex idea, but I think that pretty much sums it up. Anybody who wants to know more about syntactics, go read on Wikipedia. They have a pretty good section on it, but Stanford also has a good section on syntactics as well, which is basically the study of syntax is what I'm getting from this. Yeah, just the abstraction itself, yeah. So, cognitive semiotics, last thing, okay? Semiosis is the process that forms meaning from an organism's apprehension of the world through signs, when seen as through cognitive psychology. Scholars who have talked about semiosis in their sub-theories of semiotics include Pierce, Deely, and Umberto Eco. Ooh, interesting name. Cognitive semiotics is combining methods and theories developed in the disciplines of semiotics and the humanities while providing new information into human signification. Is that? Okay, I was about to say a different word. So, cognitive semiotics is combining methods and theories developed in the disciplines of semiotics and the humanities with providing new information into human signification, making signs, and its manifestation in cultural practices, how the cultural practices manifest the sign making, and how we intersect all of that. The research on cognitive semiotics brings together semioticians from linguistics, cognitive science, and related disciplines on a common meta-theoretical platform of concepts and methods. And of course, sharing data like the scientific community does. So cognitive semiotics may also be seen as the study of meaning making, which is semantics. How people construe and understand meaning. It's by, a cognitive semiotician might employ and integrate methods and theories developed from the cognitive sciences, like having a brain fart. All the cognitive sciences, anthropology, psychology, philosophy, all those. So it's the study of meaning making by employing and integrate. Okay, that involves conceptual and textual analysis as well as experimental investigations. Cognitive semiotics initially was developed at the Center for Semiotics at Aarhus University in Denmark, with an important connection with the Center of Functionality of Integrated Neuroscience. Amongst the prominent cognitive semioticians are Per Age Brandt. Ooh, that's a name from Sweden that I cannot pronounce, but they did deep dives into the meaning-making processes of the neurochemistry of the brain. So that's really interesting as well. So, okay, all right, let's wrap it up here because I have talked a lot and you guys have been real patient, and I appreciate all the dry learning shit. Semiotics is a huge. We did a big outline of linguistics. We talked about all the subfields, talked about all the different types, and we're going to go through all that in the next episodes, and I'll be a lot more, we'll go into it deeper. But semiotics itself is such a big field, and it's all about meaning making and includes semantics and includes linguistics. And I read the differences a minute ago about how with the syntactics, how it's different in analytic philosophy and continental philosophy and the philosophy of language and all that we'll cover. But I think we've covered semiotics about as far as we can, unless I mention a few more of the different types, maybe on a different episode if we want to get back into it. But I've pretty much covered that. So anybody listening in the future, I think we're going to wrap it up, and I appreciate you listening. Guys, what do you got going on in your brains?
You interested in speaking another language?
Oh, speaking another language? I'm 36, bro. I don't know if I could do it.
What about traveling? Experiencing cultures?
Oh, I would love to. I think that'd be awesome. I think that'd be super cool.
Yeah. Because I mean, you say you're interested in getting people, so I mean, like getting out. You know what I'm saying? Going amongst many different types of folks.
Yeah.
Instead of
I want to have the dialectic with as many people as want to have the dialectic with me. But like Travis has said, there's there's a minimum requirement for me to have a dialectic with somebody, and if someone doesn't meet those minimum requirements, then I have to wait until they're ready to do that. You know what I mean? So that's one difficulty in communication and language.
Yeah. When you get other cultures, I think that you're it's yeah, you might not be speaking the language, but I mean you kind of are, right? Because you're getting other you're just getting different people. You know what I mean? You're coming around different people and you're getting them, and it doesn't. In a way, you are speaking the language by experiencing the culture, experiencing different cultures. It's just getting out more as well. Yeah. I mean, like, if you're interested in coming across, I mean, if you want to get people, I mean, then you should get out and go amongst different types of folks.
Yeah, experiencing different cultures is super important if you want to learn new lifestyles and new ways to live and communicate. I agree with you.
I heard the problem with people when it comes to speaking a language is that they try to memorize, and you think the culture, you don't try to remember the words. And I mean I don't speak another language, but so it's kind of like you have to think. You have to think. Like the culture thinks, and that's you get what I'm saying? It's like
I think I see where you're getting at. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, and next thing you know, you'll be. I think that's what I think probably like the best places. That's why I think like the best place to start often is cuss words because it's very expressive.
Yeah. So what do you think about using cuss words in communication? You think it's too aggressive?
No, I'm saying it's very expressive. Yeah, the first thing you do is foul language. I think that's a very good way to start.
Foul language? Are you being sarcastic? I can't tell.
No.
A good way to start is with foul language? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, learning other languages.
Oh, I see what you mean. In learning other languages. Got you.
Next
I'm sorry.
You because it's more expressive, and next thing you know, you might end up saying it when you get it. And you think that that's what I first.
Nivik, you're breaking up a little bit, bud, for me.
That's what I hear people often say when they're learning a language is that they learn the cuss words.
Yeah. Sometimes I think most people who would learn Spanish around here probably have learned the cuss words first. That's probably true.
Yeah.
What's up, Trav?
Yeah.
Hello. Perry, what you got on your mind?
Can't tell if Travis is trying to talk or not, but
yeah, I can't hear Travis.
I want to learn German and or Greek, just because I'm so interested in all of the German and Greeks in the past, and especially German.
Wouldn't it be cool to read Socrates in the original, or read Plato's works in the original language?
Exactly.
Yeah. That would be awesome. How could you understand all the accents and all the affectations of the language and all the specific nuances of the phrases of the day and their terminology? Man, it'd be a lot to learn.
Even if we learn the language, we're still stuck with those secondary concepts of communication, that we can't get that direct experience of and like you said, the accents and the gestures that surely they would make with their
nuances.
Hands. Plato pointing up to the realm of forms in that famous picture with him and Aristotle.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of nuances that come along with it.
Mm-hmm.
Caveats.
Lots of them. Nivik, let's hit real quick. I'm gonna get you in, but let's Dal, Hohenheim, Travis, Masha is in here too. Anybody want to comment on what Nivik's talking about, or linguistics, or feel free to take the conversation somewhere you want to go if you need to. I have nothing. I've covered what I wanted to tonight.
Well, I think the linguistics of body language is really interesting.
I do too, and we'll be getting into that. Definitely going to cover body language. It's really interesting. Have you ever watched like body language experts break down stuff, Hohenheim?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of aiming at. Yeah, I absolutely love that, and you see it in action when you're around people and people using it without knowing, and people being controlled by it without knowing, and yeah, it's really interesting.
Yeah. I watch a panel of 4 behavioral therapists who are also body language experts. They have a couple of them have their own book. Can't remember all their names, but it's the body language expert panel on YouTube, I think is the name. And they break down everything about all these different interrogations, all these different media personalities. They break down all the body language and what it actually means. And I think that's one of the most important things to learn about humans is body language, because it's an insight into emotions and feelings,
Agree that those guys are interesting. Like you're talking about the behavior panel that includes like interrogators and FBI and like military interviewers and stuff.
Let me see if I can look up, because I can't remember the name of it. Let me see.
Because I think they are interesting, but I find their interpretation, it's kind of like when you're a hammer, everything's a nail. Like they just always assume like that every, sort of like body or facial tick is, indicative of deception or some negative,
Right. Yeah. Body language doesn't have to be all about communicating, some body language is about communicating love. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, absolutely.
Or interest,
Oh, interest. Right.
And what's really interesting, is what Mash was just saying, when people do make these assumptions, when someone crosses their arms and you see someone else thinking this person's being defensive, and then they go on the defensive too, and it's, dear, well, actually they weren't on the defensive, they're just tired and they're just folding their arms, and then you see more body language at play because of their strange assumption, and yeah, it's really funny.
Yeah, there's an article in Psychology Today about body language misreads on their channel, like where other like experts in the field outline like the extent to which they have a bias towards, and I mean that's also kind of like becoming pundits, right? And like giving their their listeners or viewers what they want, in a sense, right? Because like people who watch that are usually interested in true crime and usually are interested in people's guilt, right?
You're very right. That definitely has a negative connotation on that behavioral panel, because they're all like military people. Yeah, you're definitely right about that.
Yeah.
It would be cool to read the book on that the one that worked for the CIA. I can't remember his name. I'd like to read his book, Body Language and What It Means, or Body Language and Its Communication. I can't remember the name of the book, but
is that Mark Bowden?
Maybe so.
I don't know.
Mark Bowden.
There's like one of them that I usually disagree with, like pretty intensely.
Oh, Mark Bowden. Yeah, he's a cool one, but no, he's not the one I'm talking about. Who is the one I'm talking about? Mark Bowden, I think, is the one that's on the behavior panel. Sometimes I don't think he comes from. He's usually
right. He's the only one. Yeah. He's the external. He's like he's got the business background or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Masha, sometimes a person can be genuine and there's no ill intent, and you make a misread, and then you treat that person negative, and then, like you say, you create a problem. It's kind of like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You act negative with the person, and you act negative back, and then it's like
I think it's honestly, I think it's a low risk proposition. Like assuming the assumption of other people's malintent is probably, like, as a default position, not a bad idea. Do you know what I mean? Like as a form of self-preservation.
Yeah. That's what. Yeah, I was kind of talking about that earlier with lack of understanding. With lack of understanding, it's just better to just get rid of, and why take a chance? It might be a potential threat, and that's good enough.
Yeah. Peter's writing, like when the US go over into the Middle East, it might create a little problem. Like, yeah. No, I mean, but that's a different thing, Peter. Like when the military industrial complex needs another foreign war to spend American taxpayers' money on. It's like a different.
It
No,
could be
I mean, like I get you, but yeah, I think it's not.
something could be a person could be a potential aid though in trying to help, and you kind of have to figure that out. Is all is where kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that.
I get being skeptical, in being a hammer and everything, being a nail. But I mean, sometimes like a person approaching you. Sometimes they could be, very genuinely sincere and meaning well, and might even be able to save you. Who knows?
Save you from what?
Yeah, what are we saving from?
Oh no, I mean they. You could be a person. Sometimes a person can. Sometimes there are people that can be helpful to you. Is all I'm saying. I'm not talking about like.
Yeah, I mean, I make it like my whole business to like never need help from others. Being a
I
stoic like that. But I get
I
you.
like
Reading
I
people
like
is a good idea.
yeah, I like giving and receiving help. So I'm a big help each other teamwork kind of person. That's just me
Mm.
though.
No,
That's
that's
what.
cool.
The FBI agent that I was talking about, not CIA agent, was Joe Navarro. Have you ever heard of him?
Uh-huh, yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Yep.
yeah, that's the guy, the book I want to read. I know it's probably more towards the negative because he did it for the CIA, but I'd just like to see his ideas on it. You know what I mean? I think he has some
Mm.
cool ideas.
But
Yeah, I mean,
you
I
could
think it's a skill set that isn't necessarily, I don't know if it's applicable to sort of most people's lives. I think it's for entertainment purposes only, if that makes sense.
I disagree. I think it's probably a lot more helpful than we probably give it credit for. But I'm cool with your opinion on it. I'm very interested in it. It just happens to be something I'm interested in. So, especially in the form of linguistics. So, uh,
Oh, I just wanted to say one thing, Masha. By being very paranoid and seeing people as a potential threat, you could make a lot of enemies that way and have a hard life. I, I that kind of reminds me of somebody I know.
That's,
Like,
I don't know, that's, you said a
no,
lot.
this not that. That reminds me of somebody I know. They're paranoid as hell, and they're very they're, they're very. Uh,
I don't know about paranoid. I like to look for win-win propositions from people, like because I think that the cleanest sort of motivation is self-motivation. Like, you know what I mean? Anyone who claims to be some sort of martyr or like that they're just helpful. Like, I find that at the very least it's an ego project for them, and usually I'm not interested to participate in other people's like ego fulfillment things. But more often than not, the helpers also have some sort of like psychopathology, that like that drives them towards seeking out vulnerable people who need help, and then they place themselves in that person's you know in their path in order to exert control and coercion. So I think that the again the cleanest form of motivation is like like what's the word in English? I'm drinking port and I fucking English is no longer happening for me. Being like self-interested or like wanting something that's best for you. What's that word? Anyway, I think that's universal and true and clean in the sense of like you only know what you need. You don't know what that other person needs. So if we can have this like natural solidarity on the basis of common cause, that's a win-win. Perfect. That I understand. But anyone coming to me with like some sort of proposition of they're going to help me, I'm like, why? and what's the price? And like, is it paid later, or do I know now what the price is, or I won't know until later? Like, where, I need more information.
Yeah, if you understand it's a
And I have an a
win-win,
priori assumption that
getting that
right.
it's a win.
I mean, I think it's the self-concept aspect is present too, right? Like, I don't have a self-concept that vibes with needing help, right? Like, my self-concept is more about like that people would perceive me as very strong and ask for my help. So like, it also kind of um like, people offering me help is like, are you concern trolling? Like, do you know, like, why do you think I need your help? Like, why do you think I need you?
Okay, so when a person is talking, like when you're just communicating in general with a person, you're not always skeptical about everything they say. A lot of the things that you take from them in communicating, you take them you reason things out, and where you take them at their word in what they're saying. I mean, sometimes
No, not necessarily.
sometimes you're skeptical, but sometimes you are open to accepting the information that the person is telling you, right? You don't question every little thing a person says to you. There's some things that
Yeah, I absolutely do. And I think
yeah, some things are rational.
there's no circumstance.
Sorry.
No worries. I think there's no circumstance in which my a priori assumption about someone seeking contact with me would be to believe them, like, about everything, or like to assume like an entirely uh what's the word, like like assume their positive alignment with my goals. Like, why would I, like, I'm gonna assume that they have their own motivations that align with what they want and need, and then I'm usually listening to them, because even when people aren't telling you the truth, they're revealing a lot about themselves. You know what I mean?
So, like, through body language?
Through body language and the stories they choose to tell. Like, people usually have this, like, autobiography that they'll like present, especially in meeting someone for a first time. Like, they'll usually tell you about like their work, and maybe a little bit about their background, and so that sort of like official biography that they've put together tells you a lot about what they value about themselves and about other people. And then, I don't know, I find that people do want to talk about themselves, and I'm interested in people enough to listen to them intently, and yeah, body language is a big part of it. And so it's interesting to me that Colin decided to start doing video stuff, because I think it's great. Like, I get a lot of information, like, about the content of someone's speech by watching them talk. So that's good. English is my third language, by the way. I should be clear about that.
That's fucking awesome, dude. That's really cool.
Yeah,
I wish I could speak 3 languages.
Something when you're communicating with a person, you don't know if you're potentially being duped in them manipulating you to get you to think what they want, or maybe they are genuine. They're more genuine in what they're saying, and you have to kind of like figure like some things you take. Sometimes you agree with what a person says. You're gelling what they're saying, and sometimes that person's skeptical and you're questioning it, and you're like, well, you're like that. Then not you find yourself in an interaction in where you it's constant pushback. You're not really on board on what the person is saying, and it's not. It could be difficult in where you don't want to be duped, but you don't want to come to wrong assumptions in being too skeptical and everything is a hammer and a nail. It's like this person is bad, and then you approach them in a negative way, and then you create your own demon because you come to a wrong conclusion that you misread a person and then you treat them bad, then they're gonna you're gonna have a fight and next thing you know, everything that you assumed, you created that assumption, and you're really thinking like, okay, I knew this person was a jerk, but you made an assumption that the person's a jerk, and that creates you don't want to end up creating a problem that wasn't really there by fighting with the person, by making wrong assumption about the person that they're bad when they really weren't. Like it goes to you saying, if everything's a hammer, and when you're a hammer, everything's a nail. Everything's a war. It reminds me of a person that know that
Right.
if they constantly get into confrontations, and he's like, "Why is my life so hard?" It's like, man, you're paranoid and pessimistic, and you attack and you're confrontation, about everything and everyone, and you just have that, and you wonder why you have a hard life. Everybody wants to knock.
I don't think anything I said implies confrontation or fighting.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I think it's a good opportunity to use or like to hone some skills, like, paying really close attention to nonverbal communication and, like listening more than you speak. Like, these are all like skills that you can practice and that will hold you in good stead when the path forward isn't clear with someone. I just think that like there's always this like initial blush of interest, especially if someone's intelligent, so I think that our biology might have wired us to want to like be with people, like to want to believe in people, like to want to believe the best about people, right? So all I'm talking about is just pulling back the reins a little bit on that initial kind of like infatuation with someone new, especially if they're claiming that they want to help you. That's all I'm saying. And not, like digging them out by the root to like find out what their true motivation is. None of that. No, just like hold yourself apart and watch and listen. That's all.
Gotcha.
I'm not sure why Thomas has like disappeared from his own show.
I'm just listening. I mean, I don't go at it from that angle, so I'm just kind of listening and paying attention, trying to learn.
Masha, you have a mug of port.
You should talk about it.
What?
It's not a mug. It's just a big. It looked like a mug.
Anna, how's your tie, by the way?
I mean, I also have a mug of tea.
Caffeine and nicotine. I'm sorry, caffeine and alcohol. Wonderful mix.
Oh yes.
How's your tie?
My tie, Nivek, is pretty shitty. I can order food and get to where I need to go and be polite, and I can seem like I'm really good at Thai. And as soon as they talk to me in any depth, I just look like an idiot. And,
you strike me as a person that travels a lot.
I wish. No, I have a bit, not that much.
Just went straight to Thailand from England.
Went New Zealand first, New Zealand and then Thailand. Going to Cyprus though for Christmas, which is I can't wait because it's cold.
It's cold.
One topic you could.
Hey, we could talk about the semiotics of memes.
The semiotics of what now? Of memes? The
memes.
Oh, memes.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Of internet memes. Memes, mimetic images.
Yeah. Talk about the semiotics of memes. The sign making of it, how I guess you could say that a lot of people get their information and history and all kinds of things from the memology of society, right? You know, the semiotics of how younger generations use their sign making apparatus to understand memes as certain types of meanings. You know what I mean? So yeah, semiotics is definitely in meme.
And signal like they're belonging to an in-group,
sure.
you know, by right? Like sharing meaning and changing meaning. Because memes also evolve, right? Like what they sometimes are born as is not how they continue. Like they're kind of subverted quite a bit of the time.
Yeah.
And this goes to the kind of evolution of the communal psyche of the world, where how we're kind of more evolved, and we were talking about this earlier, that humans are evolving in this way. This kind of society is evolving rather than us evolving, because we stopped. Whales and elephants, all these things have much bigger brains. They could be far superior in mental cognition regards, but then we have like a societal evolution that's evolving around us, which could die. Like that could disappear, and we'd be back to the start again. But if you know what I mean, we have like a societal evolution, which is really cool.
That is cool.
Maybe I explained.
All right, Peter. We're sorry to see you go, but thanks for being here. Just talking to Peter.
Oh, I know. Peter's my buddy. Peter, no. Peter.
Fuck off. Before.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't mind it. We can keep talking about the semiotics of memes, of internet memes, or I mean, really wherever you want the conversation to go. My shows, after I, cover my studies and what I want to cover for people in the future who listen to the episode, I'm down with anybody talking about whatever they want to. So,
yeah,
Perry, you haven't spoken in a while. Are you still with us?
Cool.
That's nice of you, honestly.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Well, I mean, I care about making friends first and then being right second. So I'm trying to foster a community like that here, and I want to learn together with people. So that's what I'm trying to do. Did you have any comments? I mean, Masha, you and Nivik can keep going if you want to, or Hohenheim or Perry if you had interjection.
Nivik brought something very interesting up before with the killing. What is it called? What's the word? Euthanasia. He definitely doesn't believe in euthanasia, and it seems like he's quite strongly against it. Nivik, I could convince you otherwise of that, I think.
Ooh, I'd like to hear that. Go ahead.
Nivik, so if you're there still, if someone was found to be by a medical professional to not have any hope of having a happy life, happy mental state for the rest of their lives, like they're not going to be happy for the rest of their lives, and they can find this chemically in their brain, and the doctors can say to them maybe they're in their 30s, 40s, and they've just had like decades of feeling unhappy, and the only way that they could be released from this would be either be like a catatonic state or put into a coma, or then they just want to die. They just want to go. Hopefully, maybe they believe there's something after or not, but they'd just be happier. Would you be okay with that?
I was kind of kidding when I was saying that I rule over everybody and they have to serve me, and they shouldn't die unless I say so. I was kind of kidding. I was not serious.
All right, no, yeah, you seem there was the previous show we had right at the end. This came up and it was quite interesting. I don't know.
So what's your argument, Hohenheim? That if someone was proven to never be happy again, that they should be euthanized? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, because I think it came up that in Canada they have euthanasia for any as long as they pass like the requirements and their sound mind and their I don't know what that would mean to them deciding to do that, but
Some
then it's
medical
allowed, I think.
suicide in a sense.
Yeah,
Where I was coming from is I think I think some folks have a delusion of grandeur mindset over others that they're to
I
serve.
can't hear you, Nivik. Could you say again?
Have a delusion of grandeur mindset over others that they're to serve them, and it's kind of like if you're dead, you can't serve me. It's not really about the person and how they feel or any type of morals towards a person. It's about a person that's ego.
Yeah, I don't know. I do have had
That's why
experience by.
I say everything is all about me, and if you're dead, then you can't serve me. So you shouldn't.
So you could see some kind of circumstance that. So I've had, like I have a stepbrother that killed himself, and then family members that have attempted, and that kind of suicide. I don't. Yeah, there should be some kind of medical help before that. But if there was a case, could you imagine a case where someone they just spent their entire life unhappy and no medication's helping, nothing is helping them?
And that, yeah,
I could.
But
All right.
I didn't say I have a problem with people. I was being sarcastic. I have a problem with people killing themselves.
Nivik, it is hard. It is hard sometimes to tell when you're being sarcastic. So that's why I ask sometimes.
Yeah, I don't see a case where that would be justified based on my standards of justification, how subjective they may be. I obviously do not have the worst possible life amongst other people, so I cannot speak for what that experience may be like. But, I mean, this is why I take the other side of Pascal's wager, where they claim, oh, well, I mean, if, I got nothing to lose after I die, right? If God is real and I believe, then I have an eternity of happiness. I take the other side of that, saying, well, this may very well be the only life and experience that you have. Regardless of how bad it may be, you have perhaps an infinite void of nothingness following you, so you should just go ahead and vegetate and be for as long as you can, regardless of how bad that being may be. And I mean, medical suicide doesn't make sense to me, because if you're going to take the time to drive to the hospital to get euthanized, I mean, I don't see any practical or what's the point of even making that some sort of doctrine within the medical field. I mean, if you're going to kill yourself and you want to die, you have the means to do that. Now, I'm obviously not encouraging anyone to do that, because I think that you should, regardless of how bad this situation may be. Again, I'm not in that position, so I can't speak for what that experience may be like. Maybe you are just truly convinced that you don't want to exist anymore. I don't think that is a type of thing that you need to delineate with your doctor. So I
really
go for it.
Yeah, I really hope that no one would ever contemplate this kind of thing. But then, I can't imagine. I know what it feels like, though. Only in the last few months, know what it feels like to have this kind of severe loss of kind of love of life, or just extreme kind of lowness. And so I can't imagine what that would be like for decades. So then speaking to those people, so I'm sure there would have to be a very long conversation, many conversations possibly. Maybe they could find some way of judging this neurologically with some kind of test or something. I don't know.
I mean,
I'm just exploring it.
You can make a logical argument for not existing. I mean, logic can be posed, I think is the word that you use.
You really can. I've seen some people make a damn good try at it.
So I mean, using logic as the basis in that case, I don't know if that would work, because you could use logic for both sides, is essentially what I'm saying. And meaning, for me, I don't think that there is any one capital M meaning in life. I think meaning is lowercase m, and just based on the observer, the mind that is creating the meaning.
Yep. That would be the old existential nihilism there.
Yeah, exactly. And you can find
Yeah,
meaning
I think there's a kind of
the
freedom
loss
in
of love.
nihilism.
Yes, for sure.
Well, that's
right. Like if
nihilism
nothing means
entails
anything.
freedom.
Well, no, not that at all. Existential nihilism means I can make my own meaning, but there is no capital M meaning that is like overall to the universe or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry if I misinterpreted you.
So if we decide, I mean, I'm saying like if we decide that like to remove the burden from ourselves, that like idea that of like instrumentality, that we must be here for a purpose, or that we have to serve a greater cause, or any of that. Right. I think that's a huge weight, you know, existentially. And then also into like the black hole of nihilism. Also, you kind of realize, because I've been there, you realize that like if I'm contemplating ending my life, that means that also all of the forbidden things are now accessible because they're not nearly as bad as ending my life, right? So like I'm unhappy, I'm incapable of feeling pleasure, I'm going to do all the drugs, you know.
I do a lot of drugs.
I'm going to throw my life away because I think that the world is horrible. Yeah, or whatever. Well, then I'm going to use that life to fuck shit up first, you know, before I throw it. Like, why would I die in some corner? Like, that would be the ultimate capitulation to like all of the things that are making me miserable. That's something that I like have found for myself in those moments, is like but then I mean that's my like peculiar and particular nature.
It's just your idiosyncrasy. There's nothing wrong with that.
You don't think you just have a natural inherent meaning to want to survive and thrive? That's
Nivik,
you speak up just a little bit. No, don't yell. Just...
Fight. Yeah, I have no flight. It's all fight.
No, I'm saying
okay. There you go.
Just have people just have a natural inherent meaning to just want to survive and thrive, and that's it.
That's it. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
I would actually agree with Nivik here and say that the will to survive is somewhat how I would loosely put it. Is I mean, if there is any sort of capital M meaning, which I don't think there is, but the argument may be made that the will to, people say, you know, the will to power, the will to truth. I think whatever will you can come up with, and I was kind of trying to get to this earlier before the show started, but there is the will to survive is as loosely as I can put it, that I probably wouldn't say all humans, but the majority of humans have this will to survive, which encompasses reproducing, truth, whatever truth is. I believe truth is mind dependent, but it is something that kind of transcends us towards this will to survive. And in order to survive, we create these concepts, will to truth, or, you know, just truth. Survival.
And wanting to survive, you get meaning from the environment, and by taking a meaning, you could.
Bud, let Perry finish real quick, and then you can jump in. Let him finish.
Yeah, I would categorize will to meaning, if that I think is what you said, in will to truth. I think truth and meaning are often synonymous to each other. I don't know if
they're definitely referenced together a lot, but I would consider them separate issues in philosophy.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to sit down with whoever the group was. We'd have to find out what everyone's definition of meaning is. We'd have to figure out what they mean by truth, and then
we'd have to find out their semantics philosophy and their epistemology, right? Yep. We would have to find out if they were coherentist theory of truth, or pragmatist theory of truth, or correspondence, or, you know.
Meaning and get understanding, and by understanding you'd have an idea how to approach things in a way that is sense of value to yourself, in order to survive.
So you said like 5 words that I think are all overlapping in some way. You said value, understanding, idea, concepts, and then I would add truth all into that. These are all overlapping circles that surely separate in some case, depending on the interpreter's definition of it.
Like there's such a thing called value epistemology, virtue epistemology.
Yeah,
so
axiology, right?
Well, it's for you to survive. It's
yep.
You taking value.
Yeah, all of that, in my opinion, is encompassed perhaps as a hierarchical structure, maybe even though I would probably fall more under the post-structuralist type of mindset. But if there is maybe a top-down situation, the top is survival.
Travis would probably say it's the pleasure hierarchy that leads to survival. Creating technology, I'm just giving his point of view,
Yeah, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that. I guess, again, it just depends on how we rearrange the words to form an idea. I think that maybe I could say evolutionary mechanisms, which I think the pleasure principle may derive from.
Yeah. Well, it's the principle of utility from fucking Leibniz. No, you're right. You said it right. John Stuart Mill, yeah. Pleasure is preferable to pain.
I'd say that. So pleasure and survival are synonyms. Then that's what I'd say.
Right.
Yeah,
I agree.
Not
one for one though. Perhaps maybe it is, but I think that they overlap in such a way that all of these terms that we've created derive from this concept that, maybe there's some form in Plato's heaven of the form of survival, to put it as a metaphor, not ontologically, but just to help understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. It is all right. Go ahead, Hohenheim. Were you saying something?
No, my brain is sorry. Maybe it's noisy.
No, you're good.
Yeah, where it differs, I suppose, the survival and pleasure is when, say, like smoking a cigarette. But then when you're on the train to survival, or when you're on your way to go and get an apple from the apple tree, having a cigarette makes the journey nicer. Maybe you wouldn't want to go and get an apple if you couldn't have a cigarette on the way. Yeah. So that's where kind of survival and
that's what I was going to say. Exactly.
Yeah, but then it is kind of survival then in some weird way, because having a happy
those who sought pleasure survived more so than those who didn't. That's what it seems to be,
precisely.
Right?
Yeah.
And same goes with
there's also okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes. I was just quick. Just the same goes with truth. Like those who think arsenic is a means for nutrition and apples are a means of poison didn't have the opportunity to reproduce and survive. So having that sort of truth is important.
Okay.
Yes. Correspondence.
Things you can like, they could potentially be harmful, and things that you fear could potentially be good. Though you're gonna have to know when you should and when you shouldn't.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think now we're probably veering off back into existentialism, where
existential nihilism. You mean?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. There's obviously many different.
Not all existentialists are nihilists. Is all I was making. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So, if the arsenic gives meaning to you, then that's the path that you'll take. But perhaps in 200 years from now, that sort of thing will be non-existent because those people, that group of people that chose the arsenic, didn't reproduce, and so
there's no way they could. They took themselves out of the gene pool.
Yeah, and speaking on that, humans that I'm not too much. I don't understand like human evolution with I know that there are different humans in the past, Neanderthals.
I mean, you know where the current Homo sapien came from, right? But anywhere from 75,000 to 250,000 years ago on the plains of Africa, it's such a big gap. Richard Dawkins says like 200,000, I think. So that's about when we became what we are now, and then from there.
Yeah, because what we are now is why we survived.
We are what we know because we survived.
Yeah. We've kind of separated ourselves from natural selection in a way with our societies and with technology and science.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, what you see about humans that exists within us now is the reason why we are here to begin with.
I don't know. I disagree that we are. This is natural selection, and we're evolving in a different way than animals usually evolve. And I think that happened a very long time ago when we evolved a kind of society, and society evolved rather than the human evolved. That's why we can.
If we had the brains of an animal, of fight or flight, of flight or fight aggression, we wouldn't exist. We've gone extinct because we're not built like. The brain. I mean, the brain had to evolve in order to survive. If it didn't, then we probably wouldn't be here.
But it didn't. So we like agriculture for one thing. We haven't got a part of our brain that has evolved agriculture. We've evolved this thing and now we pass it down. The use of controlling a car, we didn't evolve a part of that. We just know it now. So all these things are how to use technology and all these things that having a society, having laws, having rights, all of these things we've evolved in society, not inside our bodies. So we've evolved. This has evolved outside of us. Kind of, they exist in society, in the world, kind of in a weird Jordan Peterson way. But I wouldn't say they actually exist somewhere. But we have writing, we have education, we have all these things that we've evolved outside of us.
Metaphorical substrate. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
That's what he calls it.
Yeah. So this it exists. Kind of, but not. It doesn't actually exist somewhere, apart from in books and in some heads, but not in our bodies. We haven't evolved this physically.
It's like where all the ethos is at.
And that's going to evolve.
You know what I mean? Like it's the tapestry. If you pull one piece of the metaphorical substrate out, it fucks up the whole thing. Like it all has to be taken into account.
Yeah, and I think that's going to evolve, and that's what makes us like the what is it? The most evolved? What is it? I don't like the word bloody apex predator.
Yeah, you can't say most evolved because everything has evolved together simultaneously at the same gradual gradient from abiogenesis.
What would you say? Top of the food chain or something like that? I don't like.
Well, we are the top of the food chain because of our technology and our societies.
Is there one word for that rather than top of the food chain? It sounds, I don't like apex predator. It just sounds.
Yeah, you could say we're apex civilization. I mean, because
that's better.
Apex life form. No, there's no civilizations of like apes or lions or anything. So I mean, civilization entails human. It necessarily entails human. What is a better word for that?
I mean, superior might just be the better adjective.
Yeah, I mean, we are mentally and technologically superior to all other animals on the planet, as far as we know.
Oh, I don't like the
dolphins might be mentally superior to us. We don't know that.
Well, what are you thinking? What are you putting in the place there then, Hohenheim? Because I'm trying to find a synonym for you, but it doesn't seem like
I don't know.
Except apex or superior, which seems to be pretty clear.
Apex probably better than superior because superior just entails kind of or implies that best kind of it adds a kind of a
could be a sea creature like a great white or a whale or something, depending on what terms you were to put towards what makes it superior or not.
Other terms would be most powerful, most influential. So we are the most powerful. I'd say just the most powerful, most influential. We can harm or heal every single thing on the planet if we wanted. So that's why. That's what we are, but what that is.
So the basis is how a certain organism can affect the planet that it inhabits. Would be roughly.
Yeah, the local space. Yeah.
What about survival?
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. Would survival be? Would that be also a factor? Because I mean, there might be ants that are surviving way better than us and reproducing at a much more efficient rate or something like that. So
and rocks, oxygen, water.
Well, rocks aren't living though, so I mean, it would have to, at least by my standard. At least by my standard.
Are rocks alive, Hohenheim? Do they satisfy the criteria for life because they can't reproduce, and that's one of them?
Yeah, but then life, whether life is good or not, I don't know whether.
Oh, I thought. Are we speaking ethics? I thought you were talking about logic.
No, superior. And I was just.
Yeah, we're talking about superiority of living organisms.
Oh,
at least was my terms that we use, but we can choose different terms.
Are we speaking ethically in some terms? Is that where we went? I didn't know that's where we changed in some fashion.
It could be, if that's what Hohenheim meant by like affecting the planet.
Oh, okay. So you were speaking ethically, Hohenheim.
It was all in there in my head. Sorry, I don't know where.
You're fine. It's okay. It's okay. Go ahead, Perry. What were you going to say back?
Well, Freud would say that you didn't will yourself to remember the point that you were trying to say, Hohenheim. So perhaps it's meaningless. No, I'm just kidding.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, we can be reasonably knowledgeable that it is determined, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah.
Reasonably sure. I don't want to say certain. Reasonably sure. No. It's determined. You don't want to say that?
Hohenheim, I would say that, yes, that it's determined. Well, what are you trying to get to with saying that, though, Thomas?
I don't know. I'm going to admit defeat on this one.
Well, if we are superior, I think that's a mind-dependent claim. I don't know if we are capital S superior, or if that's perhaps even just a senseless.
I mean, superior could just be technologically. That's an obvious one, right?
Where Perry's coming from is like there are animals that were here before, long before, and probably might exist long after, and that you kind of argue that physically they're superior to our mentally.
Yeah.
Is that a steel man of your position, Perry?
No, it's not, but that's a good point that he brings up, because that could easily be some criteria for what makes a species actually superior. I mean, chickens supposedly derived from dinosaurs, which were here much longer than our ancestors. So chickens could perhaps be
picturing a velociraptor with like feathers, dude, makes me laugh. It just does. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's supposedly
I'm not trying to get off on a tangent.
That's supposedly what they looked like. I always thought from the movies that they were reptilian, but I guess they have like colorful feathers and stuff.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Chickens have some awesome stabilizing thing in their head, though. I haven't seen any other animal do that shit.
What do you mean? Like
amazing evolution
and stuff?
No, when you grab a chicken and you shake it around, its head just stays dead level. They've got some weird. They've evolved
that's with most birds. Yeah, they keep their head in the same point in space. It's crazy.
It's amazing.
I have a bird, and I do that. I like move him around in a circle, and his head just stays in the same spot. It's crazy.
And don't birds use entanglement for geolocation as well? I'm sure I read that somewhere, that sparrows they use entanglement, which is
well,
really
I'm
weird.
sure in some way, yeah. Entanglement's pretty much entailed in all physical reactions.
So they directly, I'd have to. I won't look it up now.
Well, like their brain has access to quantum entanglement in a very general, like, how could I say this? Like it doesn't know it's doing it at all, as in it's like an autonomic process that they're geolocating themselves.
I'm going to go and find this really, because it's
with the flying south and stuff.
Like, I hate when people say what I'm saying now, but I'll find it. It's quite awesome. I'll find it.
No, I mean, like, I understand the geolocation thing with like superposition and entanglement, where in the neurons of the bird's brain, it could be like autonomically somehow communicating with the orbit of the planet or something to be able to like geolocate. I just, you'll have to find the article and read it to us or something.
I'll be back.
Okay.
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Like what some things that animals have with the echo, like with bats.
Yeah, echolocation.
And their sense of smell. You know, they could know like what's going on in real time of their environment way before you. They can smell and hear what's coming around the corner.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, I feel like it's in my intuition, seems like it'd be more probable that the birds knowing where to land geographically is probably a result of their senses. But that begs the question if their senses could interpret the quantum level, which is what we're trying to get at.
Yeah.
Mosquitoes are bad too. I mean, like they can track you with when you breathe out carbon dioxide, is it, or monoxide?
Yeah,
but anyways,
dioxide.
Monoxide's the stuff that comes out of like cigarettes and like car muffler shit like that. Dioxide's what comes out of trees, right?
No.
Is that right, everybody?
O2 is what comes off of trees. Carbon.
Oh, that's right. We give out dioxide.
Yeah,
There we go. Okay. Yes, there it is.
Fascinating. You see all the antennas on their head? It's like they can track you. They can sense heat too.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't doubt it. I mean, I know sharks can smell blood up to, or hear. I think rather or maybe.
Oh no, they can smell blood. They can smell blood. They smell
from like miles away.
Yeah, it's miles. I don't know if that's better than a dog's sense of smell because I read this is another just supposition, but I read somewhere I think it was like they have 200,000 more different receptors than we do in their nose or some shit like that.
Yes, that's true.
So, yeah.
And you guys are talking about dogs, about dogs getting cavities. They don't get cavities, but their immune system in their mouth is why.
Like the bacteria that they produce in their mouth or the saliva that they have prevents it.
Yeah.
Doggies. Dogs are fucking efficient machines. Cats are like super efficient machines.
So,
okay, Onheim, go ahead.
So it's the compass mechanism. So I posted the Scientific American article. I can't remember where I got it from a while ago. So studies suggest that the magnetic compass of migratory birds relies on quantum effects and short-lived molecular fragments known as radical pairs that are formed photochemically in the eyes. In this way, the birds can perceive Earth's magnetic field lines and use that information to navigate their long-haul trip. So apparently, when
I don't doubt that.
When these molecules are created, or they create entangled particles, and then these particles are then spinning in the direction. Well, they give them access to this magnetic field because they spin in reaction to the magnetic field, which is really cool.
Yes.
So they see using quantum entanglement. They have little quantum computers in their eyes, which is really cool. Well, not in their eyes, their brains, of course.
I'm sure in our brains, quantum entanglement's going on a lot.
A human would be very dangerous if they could like smell you around the corner. And
you're thinking of ways immediately how humans could be dangerous instead of how humans could be nice. They could smell if you were in a good mood or not. Kind of like how a dog has that like sixth sense. Somehow they can just smell your mood. My dog could always do shit like that. He was awesome. I'm just being retarded.
Shit, dogs can smell when someone's going to have an epileptic fit, or if they have cancer, they can smell cancer. And
Yeah, it's crazy. They can smell pretty much everything.
I've heard about that. I mean, how confident are you that that's true?
No, I'm pretty damn confident they've done. I think there's a few tests. I can go and find that if you want.
That's crazy, bro. I'll do some research on my own on it, but because I know I've heard that obviously and haven't researched it. I've just just went about my day listening to it. But that is I wonder if there's a quantum smell that dogs can.
I mean, olfactory perception is a neuronal computation, right?
Yep.
Right, Hohenheim?
Is it? Say it again.
Olfactory. I can't remember how it's spelled. I think it's olfactory senses. Yeah, olfactory senses are neuronal computations, are they not?
Well,
also,
you mean there's like a neural computation going on in in the nose, so that is like it's directly connected. Yeah, of course, because it's a.
So, like, if our brains are operating on quantum physics and there is entanglement going on, there could be some reason how we smell things so specifically is through entanglement. It could be like that. I don't know. I'm just throwing wild supposition into the air.
That's what I was thinking was the argument that was being made for bird location is that, oh, well, everything is just quantum, so of course they're using quantum to do the actions that they do. But
yeah, if you speak about it at that level, everything is quantum, so you may as well just say that the bird, without knowing it, obviously, and is just doing it automatically.
But Hohenheim made
our brains.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead, dude.
Go. I was just going to say Hohenheim mentioned the photoelectric effect and like the spin of it and whatnot. And so if that were true, that is the type of criteria that I would need, to say, oh, well, shit, they probably are using quantum entanglement. If that's true, if they are using the photoelectric effect in that way.
Well, it was in Scientific American. I'm looking at the article now.
Yeah, if you go right down to there's a really nice diagram that shows the whole process, and it's they don't know but then when they do, they can see. I don't know how they can see the field.
Scientific American uses journals to post most of their information, so they're a really good source most of the time.
I remember years ago reading the actual journal of this, and the research was pretty incredible. This is kind of surface stuff, but then there's using those journals, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, I see exactly what it means on the compass mechanism. Yeah, it is quantum entanglement. Wow,
it's really cool.
Interesting.
Then back to the dogs, I found a cancer.org article. So there's been a few studies, a small number of patients, results. Dogs can be trained to detect these compounds. Studies over the past decade have shown trained dogs can identify the urine of patients with bladder cancer almost 3 times more often than would be expected by chance alone. They can detect lung cancer in exhaled breath with very high accuracy. And then they can also identify ovarian and colorectal, I don't know what, cancers by smelling breath samples. That's fucking crazy. That's amazing.
Wow.
Dog's man's best friend, definitely.
Yeah, like I said, I believe it. I mean, if they can, I guess it'd be similar to how they're trained to smell drugs, is probably somewhat of the training process that they go through.
Those bastards.
The only time that I dislike dogs is drug dogs.
Yeah, that's it. Only time. Anybody, please, if anybody wants to call in and shoot the shit with us and just talk about whatever's on your mind, please do so. We're just enjoying ourselves. I'm going to be on for a while. I'm not tired or anything. I'm feeling good, so we can talk about whatever. Perry, if you want to dive into something, dig into it. Hohenheim's ready.
Yeah, I'm going to move on to my headphones and pack ready.
Nivik's still with us too. I thought Nivik left.
Hopefully, I was hoping Vlad would call in. I wanted to have.
I asked where Vlad was earlier.
Josh
I don't know where. Yeah, let me text Josh and see if he wants.
And conscious mess.
See if he come in here and insult the shit out of you.
She's pretty damn awesome. Conscious mess. One of the old Pangburnians, I think, before I was in the Pangburn gang. She's a dude.
I'm texting Josh now.
Yeah, I'd love to have a go at it with him and tell.
Yeah,
him
I
and
love
Vlad
it when
how
he
they.
insults you. It's great.
Yeah, I'm happy to take it now. My mind's back, and I'm ready to talk about anything really.
You're getting. Are you angry? You sound like you're angry, man.
Say it again.
Are you so angry?
My shirt's off, Nivik. I'm really. Well, my shirt is actually off. It's Thailand and fucking hot all the time. Yeah, no, I'd love to tell them why their God doesn't exist and mine does.
Yeah, but isn't it just like a repeat every time with other synonymous words of saying the same thing?
No, I'd like to go through. I'll go through the 3 questions with him. I'd love to go through them slowly, maybe. The first 2.
But so I guess my question is, how confident are you that you're going to get a different answer than what you've been getting in the past?
Yeah, I'm not very confident. It might be more interesting. He has changed his approach. I think there would be less. Well, I know how to answer the by what standard now far better. I can quickly take that one apart. Well, I'll see if I can take that one apart. I don't think there is a standard that he has any kind of understanding of. Say again.
You can answer it now, like by what standard?
Well, by the standard of the understanding the laws of logic, first of all, and then
is that what he's saying, or is that what you're saying?
Well, he says
I would say that, and then he would say he just puts God underneath that. So then, but then to claim that God is beneath the laws of logic and substantiates the laws of logic, you'd have to understand how. Otherwise, you're just saying God. That's all you're saying. There's no actual logic there. So I could just say unicorn. I could just say farty blood farst.
I'll sub in for Josh. What are laws of logic? I've never heard of that before.
Oh, he agrees with the law of identity, law of excluded middle, law of what's the other one?
It's God. He knows what to do and what not to do by God.
Yeah, so logic and morality is all founded by God, but then all he has, and we can talk, and he admits to this quite happily, which is good. We had a chat about it the other day, and he just says God is morality, God is logic, and that's it. Then though, that's
I know what Josh would say. I thought you said that you would make the claim that there are laws of logic.
Oh right, no. Well, I'm close to trying to think that. I'd say that the logic there is base logic to the universe. I'm not confident enough to kind of defend that yet. I would say that the universe does organize itself in, not like in the Platonic solids, but it does organize itself incredibly symmetrical, logically, deterministically. All of these things we see in nature, well, apart from in like the recent experiments, but I think they're just us not understanding yet what the hell's going on, obviously with the interpretations. So
if I can briefly steelman you, are you saying that it is the structure of the universe and its patterns and symmetries as we see it? Is that what is the basis of logic that you're trying to say?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. Okay. So localism, all of this.
The most foundational thing to assume is that reason is reasonable.
Yeah. Logic is logical. Yeah.
That's it. That is the tautology to assume, and then you can go to the logical absolutes or laws of logic, or as Aristotle called them, laws of thought. So
that seems like the same issue. Yeah, go for it, Honan.
Then I wouldn't say that is God. That could be what is described as the Holy Spirit or the Dharmakaya, the base everything.
That tautology, you mean?
The new
that little duality.
Yeah, the base was it the noumena? Is it just what is behind everything? The nothingness in Taoism,
yes,
or the Tao?
Yeah,
so that would be the
noumena is just the thing in itself. It's talking about objects in reality.
Right. But I'd say that, or that could be what God is. The
thing that we can't
Christ
perceive
could be
because
the,
it's separate from our senses.
Yes.
That's
No,
what the noumena is the thing that the thing is without any of us sensing it.
But I think you can. This is where I'd probably disagree with everyone. I think you can sense part of it. Just because you can't sense all of it doesn't mean you're not sensing a part of it. So when you see the sun, especially something like that, you're well, maybe not the sun actually. Well, yeah, you are seeing part of the sun that got to your eyes. When you hear someone talk, you've heard them vibrate the air, so you have heard them. You have had some kind of interaction with what was there. You walk into a door, you've had interaction with the energy of the door.
I'm not a transcendental idealist, but I use the term noumena because it is useful to explain something that we may never have access to, only the fact that we have the phenomenal experience that it gives us. You know what I mean?
But I'd say you do have access to it in that way. So you're having some kind of access to it. I don't think you could ever experience it totally because.
Well, I guess that is you do have some kind of access to it. I guess you're right about that.
I think you'd
because
have to
it is no matter what, the thing in itself is instantiating that phenomena. Would that be a good way to say it?
Yes, I'd agree with that.
Okay. All right.
Because you have to experience part of it in order to even theorize that there's a whole that we're not perceiving.
Yeah. What are you laughing about me, Scott?
He's going to come on and laugh now. It's great.
Scott.
You got this look on your face a bit ago. I just watching you, soaking it in.
Who, Thomas?
I could be doing this.
When he closes his eyes.
Thomas had this look on his face.
Yeah, that's better. Just have that. That's what Scott needs to see.
So what's the main thrust of the conversation going on right now?
Talking about how Christianity is our basis of logic and reason.
And that it's not.
But it is, because the Bible says so.
See, the Bible is just a big mash of...
Well, Scott, Hohenheim was itching to talk to Josh, and I'm like, Hohenheim,
Josh is coming.
Aren't you just going to say the same things in a synonymous way and just hear the same answer? And so I eventually took the liberty of substituting for Josh and taking his place and trying to answer some of Hohenheim's questions. And somewhat where we are right now is discussing universal laws of logic, if that exists or not.
God is the laws of logic, Perry.
Right. Yeah, that's what I would have to say in Josh's place. So
why do you want to do that to yourself, Anaheim?
I don't know. I'm what is it? The people who like
masochist.
I'm a masochist sometimes. Well, no, I'm obsessed with morality, obsessed with theology, and I don't like it when. Sorry, it sounds.
Hohenheim cares
I don't
more
like it
about
when it's
the actual philosophy of religion more than he does the theological doctrine. Would I be correct in saying that?
I want to find out what's really going on, and when people claim they already know, okay, good. Then I'd like to know too, but I don't think that they do know, and they're so staunch in their ideas.
That's most theological doctrine, my friend. So,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Not yours, Hohenheim. Not your theological doctrine, but most of theirs. They're going to say they know what's going on.
Well, I do have a question for you, Hohenheim. If you're saying that the universal laws of logic, how universal, right? Because once we get down to heat death, right, logic no longer exists. It's impossible.
Yeah, nothing does exist.
Yeah.
Well, the black holes would still exist, and there's the way that they encode data is on their event horizons holographically. So technically, the information isn't lost, but
technically, in enough trillions of years, due to Hawking radiation.
Oh, it's like quadrillions of years, but
it's so long. Yeah, eventually black holes will go away too.
me and Perry were talking about this. You know, if we don't know that the uniformitarianism of logic and physics has been the same since the Big Bang, we just assume that, right? It could have been a different set of physics altogether, to where there was no thermal equilibrium, you know, random heat, and there may be no heat death. You know, we could be wrong about that because physics isn't perfect. But I still trust that black holes are probably going to be around so much longer than if there is a multiverse. They're there regardless. You know what I mean? They're just, the Hawking radiation is so slow.
They can die?
Yeah, through Hawking radiation, where they give off these little virtual particles and slowly get smaller, because there's nothing really to consume around black holes. Some of them do. Some of them consume a lot of matter and gases and stuff, but some don't. And yeah, man, it's crazy to think about the heat death. Everything is in thermal equilibrium because it's all energy has been processed. So all atoms are just randomized. I guess that means all electrons are randomized. I would have to do a bit more study into the entropic heat death of the universe, entropy. I'm not as well read on that as I need to be.
So then, yeah, nothing exists then, but then everything is in, I don't want to sound chopperish, but in potential. So even before the Big Bang to evolve the way it is, following the laws, those laws kind of strangely existed before they were in existence, because the universe evolved, or what would you say? It evolved, I suppose.
The reason why we can measure things now is because we assume uniformitarianism. We assume that physics has been the same since the Big Bang. So
even
far, right now,
Big
that's
Bang.
the best way we see it.
Well,
otherwise, because they would have followed those laws as it expanded. It's followed these laws, kind of like they would have existed before, because they couldn't have been created. If you know what I mean.
Well, why are you painting yourself in that corner? Why couldn't the laws of physics simultaneously been created along with the expansion with the Big Bang? Why wouldn't that be a thing? Because you were saying that they have to exist as potential beforehand, whereas
so we know real quick. We know there was a part at the early universe which was in thermal equilibrium, and then we know that there's, well, we don't know. We have a good suspicion that there's going to be a heat death, a randomization at the end as well, or end or whatever, you know. So it's supposedly it's happened one time before in the past. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But then the Big Bang, we could be wrong about that. It could not have all been in the singularity. It just could have been really close together. Like we could have had a really nice universe with loads of planets all nice and close, and we could have been traveling amongst them. And then some fucker made a massive explosion and just blew everything everywhere. Possibly.
Well, the reason we do know what we know, though, is because of cosmic background radiation, right? So we know.
No, I understand that, but that doesn't.
So we know,
doesn't
like,
say definitely it was in one singularity. It says they were all close together, so they could have been close together.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is, like, if you went that far back, it's not like there would be like planets and galaxies yet, right? Like even if it was not a singularity but something else, we still wouldn't have had planets or anything like that.
I don't even think there were most black holes I don't even know if there were any black holes during the part of thermal equilibrium. Yeah, I think it was just all randomized. You know, there had to be. I think stars had to be first. I don't know if black holes or stars were first, or if it happened simultaneously, because the death of a star implodes it, and that creates a black hole, and then the black hole sucks in through the accretion disk what is left of the sun, but most of the stuff gets blown away, so it can't continue to grow. I don't know. I don't know what was first. I
mean, initially, what we think is just like everything was just really fucking hot.
Right. Yeah, everything was in a random state according to physics. Sometime shortly after the Big Bang, everything was what they call thermal equilibrium. So I guess in full entropy is what that's called. I'm not sure. But I do remember that. And so none of the periodic table of elements existed. Nothing. So I'm assuming only black holes could exist during that time. Maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So I'm looking at at one microsecond protons formed, and then nuclear fusion begins at 0.0 second after.
So that's stars. Okay, so nuclear fusion happens because of the intenseness of the gravity pushing all the particles and hydrogen and everything together, and it's pushing in, and it's the outside is pushing in and the inside is pushing out, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we can see the evidence of that explosion in the in redshift, and that's what you're talking about, Scott. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it seems to be as though stars, the fusion thing happened first before the stars, and then the stars formed black holes.
Yeah.
So I guess stars existed in the point of thermal equilibrium. Could you look that up, Scott?
Let's see here.
I'm looking at the same diagram as you, I think, Scott. That lovely tubular thing growing from the Big Bang.
I've looked up so much, my fucking eyes are tired. Today I have been like this all day on the fucking computer screen.
Yeah, I guess
looking at semiotics and shit.
Like the big thing is like we can't see past cosmic background, right? So like we can't even see what happened before then. So at that point, I guess it's just a guess. But from here, it says
what?
375,000 years is when the cosmic background radiation stops, or like it goes into what's called the dark ages, and then first stars formed about 400 million years. So from 375,000 to 400 million years, it was basically just like nothing, just
thermal equilibrium, like just randomness. No elements, no nothing, right?
Yep.
Wow. I mean, just space, and space may, dark energy and dark matter probably had to be there, I imagine, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. We don't know what that is. It's obviously some kind of particle. Space is some kind of something. It's not just emptiness. So space was expanding from every point, supposedly, when the Big Bang happened, and then thermal equilibrium happened, and then so on and so forth. You're reading it, not whatever.
See, it is possible a god could have, a being then could have done that. It's like you could say it didn't, but it's a bit.
I mean, it's possible in metaphysically, yeah.
Like we can understand it already. Humans can understand it. So even like in a few million years, it would be possible we could travel outside of the universe and then make one ourselves. And
why is it necessary? Why is it necessary, that being?
What do you mean? Oh, right. No,
metaphysically, why is it necessary?
Oh, it's not. It's just possible, I think.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm with you on that. It's possible. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
But then, like planet, I'd just go all the way from Hitchhiker's Guide and then making planets, then they could be making universes. And
well, you're talking about Kardashev Type 5 society where they're universally controlling? Is that what you're talking about? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there could be.
That's the kind of...
Absolutely. I mean, that would be no different than gods, I imagine, if they were manipulating the universe at such a highly technological level or a highly biological level that they're just playing with galaxies like they're toys. Yeah.
And that's the Gnostic god. That's a really cool Gnostic god, the one who made our universes. Well, no, maybe the universe or maybe the solar system is just an arsehole.
And but then that society would have had to have come from somewhere, so we're still stuck in the same fucking boat, right?
Yeah. And they what's really cool about that is that the whole material world is pain and suffering, and we shouldn't even be in this material world. So there could be a kind of immaterial, what is it called? A nihilist world where we don't exist. We exist in some kind of other existence, and this is just shit. And that's why he came to try and get us out of this, because it's just not good.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, that's one way to look at it. I mean, maybe that's a metaphor. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know what God we're talking about, but why would he try and take us out of the situation that he put us in?
Hohenheim's God is extremely esoteric.
This is the Gnostic. That's just one idea that I thought was really good, because the Gnostic God is where Christ would have come from. It's explained in the Gospel of Judas, and Christ comes from this God to try and to release humanity from the control of the God of this universe, which is an arsehole that likes, well, it's the Old Testament God that likes sacrifice, likes being worshipped, that likes power and control. It's not the good God.
I thought that Jesus told us that God is a jealous God and thou shalt have no idols.
I don't know if he said that himself, or he was quoted by someone else, or
we don't know if Jesus said anything. Are you talking about Jesus?
Yeah, those. So yeah, I don't know which. I'll have to find that one. Josh would come in and say that.
We have the red letter text in the Bible. We have the red letter text in most Bibles, especially the King James, that supposedly that's the words that Jesus said, but we don't have any. It's all oral tradition that's based on. So how do we know that Jesus said any of that?
Yeah,
I feel like I'd say that. Yeah, go for it.
I'd say that just it's more. This is where it kind of goes into hope that this being, this life form, or this idea that, or this relationship that I kind of have, whatever it is, has some kind of loving intention or good intention or development intention for life in the universe, and we're kind of part of that, or hopefully part of that. And so then I would use that as a lens to judge everything that I read in the Bible or in other text or experience and other people's experience of it, that he comes from a good God that's out for our interests. So anything that is counter to that, I just wouldn't listen to. So
I want to believe that. I want to believe that that would be awesome if that were the case.
Yeah, right. It's really cool.
There's a God out there that loves me. I love him back. If he truly loves
me, he loves you.
You know what I mean?
That's where I was getting to, though. If God is all loving, why didn't he just make us in this realm that you talk about, Hohenheim, where this world, yeah, you know what I was.
Sorry. So this whole local universe would have been created in the Gnostic, which I love it because it solves all these problems. It solves the problem of evil and all of that. So this local universe, this whole universe was made by this lesser God who's just an arsehole, kind of like a Loki character that just likes control, power, and we've been brought into this suffering. So that's why Christ came from the monad, the main God, the top God, to release us from that.
Okay.
The monad.
So you're talking about Manichaean Christianity.
Manichaeanism?
Manichaean, cool.
Manichaeanism.
There's the good God, and then there's the evil God. He was trying to reconcile all of this evil that is clear to see, and he was crucified for making these claims, but they seemed quite rational because one has to see that there is evil in the world, and then they're told a priori that there is a God who is all-loving. So now they are in this situation where they have to decipher, well, is this evil thing that I'm at first perceiving, is this actually evil? Is Nazi Germany actually evil? I mean, if this happens in God's creation, then it must be all good and all loving. So that's why Manichaean, I think was his name, or Manichaea or something, he created this dual ownership of piety, where there's a good God and then there's a bad God.
Go look it up if you want to and read about it.
Oh yeah, no, that's that's different to this. This is the
okay.
I think this is different to that. This is so this is the main God of the whole universe, and this is just a local God that's just made this area. And then Christ is like literally thanks Judas from releasing him from the bondage of being in the material world. So his death is a release from that. So he's thankful for that, and it's really cool. It's quite. I think it solves all the problems, and literally Christ says in the Bible that he has defeated the Lord, the God of this world. So that's in the Bible. I think it solves all the problems, which is really cool. I don't know whether it doesn't mean it's true or not, but for me it makes everything more logical now, and why the Old Testament God is just such an arsehole. And
I mean, that sounds logical for sure. So you're kind of describing a lesser God within this local universe. Maybe we can call him Satan or something.
Yeah.
And we've been infected by his bad doings, and he's sprinkled his evilness amongst us, and so I don't know if your story includes like Jesus saving us, like the traditional views, but I still think
how we were saved is.
Does that main god have any power over the local god? Question.
Yeah, that's well, this whole physical realm is not where, so we just need to die. That's all, and then we go. Well, although that I'm not like condoning suicide or condoning killing, but apparently, yeah, that's the key is through his teachings. But then we don't understand it apparently, so that's where it gets really complicated. Saying how you could get out of this and be saved that's the job of people who think they know how to do that. I have no freaking idea what would lead to that. And
I'm right there with you. I mean, I'm trying to live like Marcus Aurelius, where he didn't know if there was a God, and he just lived in a way that would satisfy both if there is a God or if there isn't a God. So I'm trying my best to kind of live in a way like that. You know, I mean, there's some standard which everyone lives by, subjectively. So I am
moral standard, yeah.
Yeah.
I do have this.
Yeah, because that's what we're talking about in getting into heaven. I'm assuming is the moral standard of how you act.
Gotcha.
Within this physical world.
Yeah, whatever heaven. I do have then the personal, but then it's just personal experience, and but then of this kind of this feeding, this being, this thing, and just the Christ character is just like I'm half a hope, but then I do have kind of this strange.
Do you think that's the best archetype for that experience? Is the Christ figure?
Yeah, this character, this being is the perfect. Would be the Uberman. Is it the Uberman?
The Ubermensch.
Yeah, the Ubermensch is it's Christ. Yeah, that's
Okay.
And I've thousands of different small experiences with that, but then I could just be looking for things that are not there and just really hoping, and so I'm happy to concede that because it's in my head.
Could be a cognitive bias, but at least you understand that. That's metacognizance, and that's worth all the money in the world.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, right.
You are so much more humble and honest about your beliefs in any type of Christianity than I've ever heard anybody, I think, because my parents would call you not a true Christian. Yeah, I know. My parents would call you not a true Christian.
Every Christian I speak to apart from...
Yeah. Everybody I know that's a Christian would be like, yeah, he's not a Christian.
Vlad and Josh don't even have the same eschatological views. So
no, actually, Josh tells me that Vlad is getting it wrong all the time and not making Christianity look bad. And I was like, dude, his interpretation is just as salient as yours, bro.
I think Josh is better at least stating his tautologies rather than
he's got a preacher who has probably been to seminary, and he's probably learned this stuff from that preacher in that church. I mean, he does a lot of his stuff is based on what he says, like veritology, which is like a theological theory of truth. And then, he always says, what's your standard? And he's talking about epistemological foundations, things like that, or moral standards or whatever. It's just, you can tell somebody has taught him well enough to argue this stuff in a certain way. You know what I mean?
It's sad because regardless of how many months or years he spent, well, I wouldn't say it's sad because I don't know absolutely, but it seems like a pretty easy way to kind of debunk this. He's asking for a standard, and his standard is the Bible, supposedly. But the Bible is the claim.
God, but yeah.
Or God. God is the claim.
And that's what...
So what is your proof? And then he says the Bible. Well, that turns into what I was saying earlier. The Bible is now the claim. Where's the proof for that claim? It just turns into a circle at that point where the Bible is the proof for the claim of the Bible.
And we get into the Munchausen trilemma. Is it foundationalist? Is it infinitist? Or is it circular?
Right.
And that's the third question I have for him is, if you can't understand how God is the base of logic, God is the base of morality, then you're just saying God, that you're just saying it. There's no actual understanding there, so you can't use it in an argument in any kind of logical discourse, because you're just saying God, and then I'll just throw in your
until there's evidence that shows that God is necessary. I don't know how I can believe it. Necessary would entail some metaphysical, like it was I don't know, like it kind of violates Occam's razor to not multiply entities needlessly.
Yes.
To add the God on top of any type of metaphysics. I don't know why it would be necessary.
The idea
it may be sufficient. It may be. I'm sorry. It may be sufficient to explain things, but I don't know if it's necessary. So I need necessary and sufficiency in terms of something existing and being true.
This is where I'm trying to formulate at the moment a kind of logic behind everything, a lattice of the universe, where everything works in. So every time I see it, which is funny because when a friend, a relative was studying, what is it called when you're turning lead into gold? Sorry, my head's gone off.
Alchemy.
So he was studying alchemy and studying the works of Falconelli and these ancient, and also Honnenheimer he was studying as well. And there's a certain stage when you get to making the gold, which is like the gold of consciousness, this immortality, that you see the star, which is the meeting of the negative. Well, he showed this to me in the sand. I remember drawing it in the sand and saying, "There's a star when you see the star, but I don't know what it is." And I said, "Yeah, I know what it is." Sorry, being a bit arrogant. I was a teenager, and I said, "That's when you link the opposites together, male and female, red and blue, fire and water, and you have the two triangles, and then it makes a star, which is the six-pointed." The star of wisdom. And so every time I think of the logos of the universe, I think of the star, which is of course the hexagon, which is the base of matter. When you arrange matter, single point particles together, it makes the hexagon, which is also the symbol of three-dimensional space. And so I'd say that would be the base of logic. Just logic is the base of logic. I know it sounds like
Pythagoras thought geometry was the base of logic.
I'd agree 100% that it would be the base of life, base of universe.
Well, you talked
base
about
of matter.
point-like particles.
Yeah, so when you arrange, you can see it if you have like some kind of cereal in the morning that has just balls, and you'll see them arrange themselves in this exact the hexagon shape. You'll see the matter, just point particles arrange themselves in that symmetry straight away when they're closest together. So you see the three-dimensional lattice straight away in matter. So I'd say that would be the base of logic, base of that is pure logic straight away there.
You said six-sided?
Yeah, six-sided. So
okay.
Yeah, that's it. So if you just get a gang of ball bearings or anything, they'll just arrange themselves in this way, and then you can see that any kind of molecule, atoms, everything arranges around this same lattice. And I'd say that would be the base. How that then relates to morality would be a hard one. I haven't got to that yet. But then logic, this is kind of the base of logic, and mathematics and symmetry, and then life itself arranges around that lattice, the snowflake being the perfect
Well, there's
example.
information out there that the atoms, they don't understand, but the atoms are instantiated by the information that is like, how does the universe, quote unquote, understand how to have the information there so that the atoms can arrange themselves into carbon?
I think it's like just the closest symmetry, or the immediate symmetry. So it's just the only symmetry that's available at the time. Well, not at the time, but you'd have to see it. It's hard to describe it. You just have to see.
No, I know. You're getting deep, and you're getting very, not metaphorical, but you're getting talking about transcendental stuff, and I'm trying to follow. I know what you mean. I really do.
It's not like there is a plan behind it, but it is the only way. It is the easiest, like having a lightning rod, and lightning, it just goes directly to the easiest way, and then the easiest way would be a hexagon. So it's not like
because the arch is the strongest structure in nature. Is that kind of what you're getting to also?
No. So say if we have lightning and it just goes straight to the closest place, it just because that's the fastest route. So then the fastest route to organize structure is the hexagon then. If you're a point particle and you just arrange yourselves together, you immediately make a hexagon, not because there's a pattern of a hexagon. It's just that's the emergent property of point particles joining together kind of thing. So and then that's a basic logic. Then so then you have symmetry, and then you have life, and then so that logic that would be the base of everything in some strange way. So yeah,
that
so then
all
that
that symmetry and synergy is the base, is the foundation.
Well, we do have a kind of strange base that existed before, because it's so basic, these point particles and then the hexagon they create, that this somehow exists before in my head. I don't know how to explain that yet. So it's because it's if you understand how it kind of does exist there before somehow. I don't know how to explain it. That's where it gets transcendental.
I'm trying to abstract this and see what you mean, because a lot of the stuff you're saying resonates with me because I've tripped a lot. You know what I mean?
If you just had a serial, or if you could, if you just look.
No, I know the hexagon thing. I let me look it up real quick. Do you have a good link?
Let me get a really perfect picture that
get a good
link
about for me. I know what point-like particles are. I'm not an expert in physics. I just love quantum mechanics.
Like the Giant's Causeway and the way hexagons are created by the cooling of magma. So this just shows how this shape is kind of the base of everything, and then molecules follow this pattern as well. Everything, that's the kind of base of all matter, is this
hexagonal higher mereological structure. Mereology is the study of holes and parts.
Since being a tiny kid, seeing these hexagons in cereal, I'm just looking at it going, this is so cool. Matter just makes itself into this shape, and just for and every time I get new understanding, it always goes back to this shape, and it's also the three-dimensional square. It's also then the hypercube, and
the tesseract.
The tesseract is like space follows this kind of pattern in everything it does.
Did Nivik, Perry, Scott, you guys are being quiet.
Nope, I'm good.
Sorry, I'm hogging everything.
No,
you're not hogging everything. It's just us hanging out. There's nothing that has to be talked about.
Hohenheim always brings in some nice philosophical discussion to tangent into, and
it's not just continental philosophy. He's making his own theory of everything. You know what I mean? But he's open to the fact that he might be dead wrong.
That's how it should be, I think.
Yeah.
The meaning is given from the mind rather than.
Well, I mean, but then you have to have some way to test and demonstrate, though, right? That's where the rubber meets the road.
I just get some cereal, a cereal bowl of Cocoa Pops, and you can see this. I haven't got any damn Cocoa Pops, or just some balls. Get a load of balls together, and you'll see.
Like ball bearings.
Ball bearings,
ball
bearings.
Anything like you talking about, like basketballs will do this too if you get them. Well, there's no flat ground. There's no absolutely flat ground that you could do this on, though, right? That's why you would have to do it like
floating
milk
on
or something.
So floating on milk, when they're floating on milk, you can see this. Or just when you get just get 10, 15 balls together. Okay, I put in the chat.
I like all this talk about balls.
Yeah, I thought you might.
So
there's a group of balls put together, and you can see instantly the you can see the hexagon in there. You can see the Solomon Star of Wisdom. You can see the three-dimensional lattice. So I'd have to draw on top of this possibly, and show. But you can see there the X, Y, Z axis of space-time, and
Well, do you know what dried mud looks like, Hohenheim?
Yeah. I was going to that a bit with the Giant's Causeway, and it happens there too.
But like, well, even like just dried mud. So like the way it works is nothing is like any sort of uniform shape, right? It's not like it's a hexagon. But what they have determined is that there are relations to the angles of any piece of dry mud that they all associate to each other. But then they've also extrapolated that out to look at pockets of matter in the universe, and it goes along that same geometrical sort of pattern. It's not hexagonal, but
there you go.
There is an interesting correlation there, but I don't think it means anything grand,
If the mud was all of the same exact same texture as magma is, it would dry out exactly hexagonal as
No,
magma does. When you see magma cool down, because it's all of the same state, then it does cool down almost exactly hexagonally. As you can see the hexagon on, I think it's Saturn. So a giant hexagon in Saturn. So it's
but it's not an exact hexagon though, right? So like even the Giant's Causeway aren't like even if everything was the exact same thing, I don't think you would get a perfect hexagon, right? Not in the sense that you would in like geometrical meaning, right?
No, I think if it was all exactly the same state and we could control the state completely, it would make a perfect hexagon. As do molecules make perfect hexagons when, and then atoms. If you look at pictures of atoms, they make perfect hexagons when they're closest together.
Yeah, but we don't have pictures of atoms. Everything we have is just like representations, right? Like we have no way of like taking a picture of an atom.
But any pictures are representation. So we do have pictures of atoms as the same as we have pictures
I looked up a YouTube video the other day in which I did see, if I'll post it, it's 50 million times magnification, and this guy was using a computer, and like basically he got down to seeing the representations of atoms. He was very fucking low on the microcosmic scale. Just type in 50 million times magnification on YouTube. You'll see it.
I got one, and then you can see the perfect hexagons again in the atoms. So, and it shows the lattice there perfectly. You can see the little hexagons there dancing away. It's beautiful.
I'm looking at it. Popular mechanics.
I don't know what that means, but
this is basically what the guy saw with 50 million times with that video that I was talking about. 50 million
is this
times.
This is the same video.
Yeah, what is the image that I'm seeing here is very similar to what he saw on the computer screen.
And there's the hexagon perfectly.
Yeah, I see it.
But that's looking at molecules, right? That's not looking at an atom, right?
But they're not perfect hexagon. They're not perfect hexagons. Everything's in flux, Sonnenheim. They change. They change their shit. You know what I'm saying? They may say somewhat six-sided, but they're not complete perfect hexagons. Even in this picture, you have to admit that.
Oh yeah, not perfect. But if it was in a steady state, it would be perfect. Say if it was.
Well, that would be like absolute zero.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Where there was no movement or anything. Right? I mean,
pictures. Yes. So then the base state would then be this shape.
See, but they're also octagonal.
There are
molecules, right? So like, everything is not just hexagons, right?
No, of course not. Then because the point particle is a circle, or possibly a circle. I don't know what a point.
Yeah,
is,
it's like a two-dimensional thing. A point particle is. I don't know. It's just the smallest representation of a dot that you could have. So.
Yeah, in those images, it's not like they're just looking at a specific atom, right? So you're looking at a molecule, and a molecule is going to be the thing that's going to have some sort of like shape, right? So like you'd have one molecule or one atom of hydrogen and two atoms of oxygen, and you'd have a 3-shape or 3-point molecule, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Because so basically what happens is with carbon does tend to structure into hexagons because of the fact of like the covalent bonding that carbon does. The way it works, it just sort of does that, right? But there are other molecules that are, not hexagonal.
No, I mean, but then I'm just pointing to that. Well, the molecules do. As soon as you get molecules that join together, like the base shape, where there's always 6 that joins together. Like you look at any
here, real quick.
When there's any,
why is no, you're good. I'm helping you here. Why is carbon a hexagon? It is all about minimizing the energy of a molecule. In the case of carbon, the only molecule that adopts a perfect hexagonal geometry in its ground state is benzene and its derivatives that possess a 6-fold rotational axis. In this case, the hexagonal geometry is adopted because all of the carbon atoms are sp2 hybridized.
Yeah. And that has to do with like the ionization of the electrons and the way that they actually create molecules, right?
I don't know. Yeah.
This is a lot of study. This is a lot of physics.
Yeah.
It's not easy. It's okay.
Yeah,
we're just trying to convo Hohenheim.
No. Yeah.
Like this. Like think about how easy some molecules are to break. One of the hardest molecules to break is water, because it's so perfectly bound, right? So you have with the oxygen basically it's either 2 negative or 2 positive ion spheres or ionizations to those molecules, and the hydrogen has 1, so they lock, and it's this really, really, really solid molecule.
But why watercolors are so much better than
it says a water molecule is ionic in nature, but the bond is called covalent, with 2 hydrogen atoms both situating themselves with their positive charge on one side of the oxygen atom, which has a negative charge.
Yep.
So wouldn't that mean
how many ions are in a water molecule? 1 negatively charged oxygen atom and 2. Okay, so, yeah, sorry.
I'll be back. No, that's right.
Yeah,
sorry,
you're good.
I'll be gone for a second.
And then you get like heavy water, like H3O or whatever, which is very easy to break apart. It's not nearly as stable.
Yeah, there's shit in the ocean that is not H2O. You know what I mean? There's stuff all in water all over the planet, unless it's been desalinated or whatever. You know what I mean? Like there's. Yep. I was just making a random tangent there, but.
Yeah, with chemistry is a lot to deal with, like your valences, right? Your covalent bonds. That's how molecules, or that's how atoms clump together to form larger molecules.
Mm-hmm.
It's the positive and negative charge of each of their individual atoms.
Yeah, so that's my.
Goddamn, there is a lot to. Chemistry is so fucking complicated, especially quantum chemistry.
So you guys just destroyed my foundation, so I don't have a foundation anymore. Back to back to the naughty logic. I'm back with you again.
Yeah. I mean, you can go on about that. I was looking at all this, like water is ionic in nature, and then I was looking at some of these other questions that are asked, and it says, is H20 a cation or anion? I don't even know what that means.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just assuming that there's like a shitload of fucking chemistry that I don't know anything about.
Yeah, chemistry is.
Oh, you said H3O? That's what this is. H2O or HANION, an ion, I guess?
Yep.
Formula H3O, molecular weight 19.0238.
Yeah. And that's they use that shit in like nuclear reactors and shit. Mm-hmm. It's called heavy water.
Interesting. I've heard that term before. The heavy water term. I didn't know that's what it was.
There's a great story about the how Germany was very close to making, and I think it was Germany, close to making an atomic bomb, and there's a whole like hero story where they had to go and destroy the heavy water plant to stop them creating the. They were very close to making an atom bomb, apparently. I think it's Germany.
Yeah, that makes sense because we brought all those guys over to the United States and said, "Hey, go ahead and finish that thing that you're doing."
Yeah, a lot of them didn't want to be there, I'm sure, but some of them did. We got a few Nazis in that deal.
Yes, we did.
But we also got Albert Einstein coming over here, so that was a good thing.
I saw a nice video recently with Albert Einstein talking about just signing the agreement that to say they shouldn't be making the atomic bomb. I think that was a beautiful video. He was a
G. Oppenheimer regretted it.
What is it? I have become death, the destroyer of man.
Yeah, he quoted it from the Mahabharata or the Bhagavad Gita. I can't remember which one that is. Ancient Indian Dharmic texts, which is cool as shit to learn about. I'm trying to learn about H3O. That's why I'm being quiet. Sorry, I'm just reading about all this fucking shit. And like chemistry, I just don't know. I don't know much about it. I know more about physics than I do about molecules and the constituents in chemistry and quantum chemistry. All that is unknown to me. But I will try to look into it more because I am interested in it.
Yeah, it's deuterium, which is like a ionized version, where it's like a version of hydrogen with like an extra proton, I think.
Okay.
Or an extra proton or an extra electron, something like that.
Oh yes, we got our brother man in here. Welcome, Josh. Welcome,
Josh.
How was your party?
Super good, as per usual. I like the party.
That's what's up. Well, we've had no callers, which is how I expected it on a show about linguistics. But we've got 6 fun, awesome people up here to talk.
Oh, Josh is here. Awesome.
So anybody can talk about whatever the fuck they want to. Me and Scott have been talking about ionization of water molecules.
Josh.
And Hohenheim too.
Will.
I love water molecules.
Hohenheim, you're really quiet.
Hohenheim, give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes.
Yeah. Give him 5 minutes. And then I'm gonna rip into that.
If you really want to rack your brain, look up organic chemistry or chemistry that's
molecular or organic chemistry is goddamn hard as shit.
Yep.
All chemistry is hard because it's all math. It's just difficult. Same thing with physics, but at least the key concepts in physics and quantum mechanics are more intuitive to me than the key concepts in chemistry and quantum chemistry and organic chemistry. I think, anyway. Seems that way. At least I haven't learned the lexiconography or the terminology of chemistry well enough to be like, oh, yeah, that's how it fits in with physics. Okay. Because, chemistry is just one level above physics. You know what I mean? In terms of like the micro scale,
Yeah, just bunches of physics, isn't it?
It deals with molecules, which is collections of atoms, and then the physicist deals with the atoms and everything below that.
when you get to carbon's such a strange one because it has like the perfect I don't know, ionization, the perfect positives and negatives of protons and electrons that it combines with everything. That's why, everything is carbon based. All life forms are all carbon based because there's something.
You think that's why? You think there's something to it being perfect hexagons, and that's why we're carbon based, or some shit? Who knows?
I don't think it's perfect hexagons. I just think it has to do with it's more of like it's perfectly set up in a way that's like positive and negative that allows for greater combinations of molecules, right? So like all sugars are carbon based, and then you have different types of sugars like complex sugars, simple sugars. Like tree bark is like trees are sugars. They're just a lot more complicated than simple sugars.
Yep. Dude, I'm reading shit on chemistry. Sorry, I'm
one of these classes that like I liked it. I sucked at it, but I liked it.
I like chemistry. I need more. I've been studying philosophy and epistemology and all this stuff so much recently that I haven't separated myself from it to go to another topic. So I'm just reciting from memory everything I remember.
Did you guys hear about this idea of dark photons?
No, let me look it up.
So it's like I read it recently. Like it's like related to like dark matter, but instead of having matter, you photons. There's no matter to them; it's just light. But they're saying there's like dark photons now too, as well.
It's a hypothetical hidden sector particle proposed as a force carrier similar to the photon of electromagnetism.
Oh, that sounds cool. Yep.
It says the dark photon is a new gauge boson whose existence has been conjectured. Particles completely neutral under the standard particle interactions. Dark though it is, this new gauge boson can be detected because of its kinetic mixing with the ordinary visible photon. I assume they know this by smashing particles together?
Yeah, I think it comes from what I understood, it came from CERN, where they're doing the collider, particle collisions.
Okay. So it says dark photons are hypothetical particles that may form dark matter, the mysterious substance theorized to make up about matter and energy make up 85% of the matter and energy in the universe. Unlike regular photons, dark photons have mass, although it is extremely small, 20 orders of magnitude less than that of an electron.
Yep. But
Crazy.
Enough of that. That would account for the mass, like that. What they're thinking, that would account for the mass that's causing, the redshift.
Damn.
Sorry, guys. If you guys want to go to something else, man, I'll nerd.
I love this shit. I love this shit. People can just eat my butt if they don't like it. Eat my butt, whole butt.
Pull up a plate, grab the fucking hot sauce.
Fuck it.
Oh yeah. That sounds really good.
I'm reading too much. Nivik, are you still with us? Nivik.
Dude, I was gonna say, man, I haven't heard from Niv in a while. He's been like,
Niv, you still there, dude? Yeah, I haven't heard from him either. Nivik.
I'll bring Nivik back. Nivik, I think the Borg is an awesome idea. I'm starting to think the Borg.
Yeah, collective consciousness.
I think the Borg have it right, and that's why Picard misses being the cutest so much, since They're one big happy Borg family.
Shouldn't they ask planets though? Shouldn't that collective consciousness ask planets if they want to be assimilated?
No, sorry, you just twigged my.
No, they just forced them. It was like religion. They just like we're taking your planet.
You just twigged my conscience now. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm playing slightly devil's advocate. But I'll go back into being the devil's advocate again. So, yeah, maybe like AI, they know what's better for the universe and beings, so they know the answer when they're going to ask them. So the resistance is futile.
No, I get it. If they thought that the Borg thought they had a better idea of making the universe perfect and symmetrical and all that shit, but it ended up just making them crazy and monsters.
You feel bad for the Borg at that point.
Yeah, exactly. I feel bad for the Borg because they're locked in this idea of just like taking over places and thinking they can get to perfection that way by just forcing everybody to be Borg. It's fucking. It was probably one of the best villains of any TV series I've ever seen. Really, really cool. Cool ass idea.
Here's the gross thing.
It's kind of like Upgrade.
Well, here's the gross thing about the Borg, though. It's because it's not like they're all drones, right? There are certain people who actually do get to think.
Yeah,
and that's where the whole thing falls apart, right? Because then it's just a fucking galactic dictatorship.
They let 7 of 9 think. Remember? On Star Trek Voyager. Let's not get too deep in that.
Voyager doesn't count, though. That doesn't count.
I like Voyager. Shut the hell up. No, I'm just kidding. I do like Voyager.
I like it too.
I really do. I'm a nerd. I'm sorry. I'm a Star Trek nerd.
I watched it every Wednesday night with my dad.
Dude, fucking awesome. Neelix.
Fucking Chakotay, man.
Chakotay. Talking about bringing the Indian wisdom in there.
Yeah, but as an Indian, he was just a poor man's Riker. You know, that was
he was the poor man's Riker.
Dude, now if you want to get into a weird Star Trek series, was the Deep Space Nine, because then that's when you started.
I love Deep Space Nine. Dude, it might be my second favorite.
Well, because that's when you started dealing with like the quote unquote supernatural, right? So like Cisco was going to the like crossing over, like interfacing with the
they were called the prophets by the Bajoran people. You remember that? And it was like in the wormhole. They called them the wormhole aliens, but the people on the planet called them the prophets. And he always had to communicate with them in this weird way in the wormhole. You remember that?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then awesome. the dudes with the weird necks, their gods were the fucking changelings.
Yeah, the ones from the Delta, the Beta, from the Beta Quadrant,
the Cardassians,
yep, really crazy.
Cardassians,
fucking Cardassians. They look like goddamn
not to
lizards.
be confused with the Kardashians.
No, different. That would be an interesting show if it was called the Cardassians.
It's Deep Space Nine, Hollywood.
It's just Kim Kardashian, and she's dressed up in the makeup and everything.
Oh, she'd be way prettier if she was an alien, because she's not pretty. It's her soul.
Perry's charging his phone. He'll be back in a second, but we've lost Nivik, Josh. I thought Nivik was gonna go and get.
He'll come back when I'm on. Good Nivik, I love Jesus. Come talk to me about it.
I don't know where he went.
I do want to ask, what was the
Oh,
what was
Nivik's here. Okay, good.
What was the basic topic with linguistics? What'd you go over? Just a real quick rundown.
Oh, you talking to me? Oh, yeah. We talked mainly about not the history, excuse me. I talked about the outline of linguistics. We talked about what it is. It's the science of the human language and all that. Mainly, we talked about semiotics tonight. We read into like cognitive semiotics and like syntactics in semiotics and how semiotics is different from linguistics. It's a part of linguistics, but semiotics is its own huge thing. Like it's computational semiotics, biosemiotics. We got into a lot of that. There was I wanted to cover as much as I could about semiotics tonight.
Okay, Josh, you ready?
I'm ready. I want to hear this shit.
Josh, you there?
Josh is not ready.
Josh, are you there?
He'll probably be back in a second. He's got Christmas party shit going on, and Nivik said he was there, but he may have to be quiet or something in his job.
Keep on packing up stuff. Close 3 weeks in 3 weeks in Cyprus with my mum. I'll get on video. I'll show you this cool place. I'll go and see. Josh would be interested. Going to see the Church of Saint Michael, where and then the last resting place of Lazarus, which is really cool. His skull is there. Apparently, poor guy died twice. What kind of?
Oh, that's a funny one right there. Only guy to ever die twice.
You know, I met a guy. I was in hospital once.
What a fucking legacy.
I was in hospital once because one of my balls decided to get like 5 times bigger than it should, and it was infected and shit. And I thought I was in pain until I shouldn't laugh, but until this guy opposite me had the same leg cut off twice. And I was like, fuck, poor guy. I said, how the hell do you have one leg cut off twice? It's just one leg.
Dude.
He said he was moaning all day and night, poor guy, in massive agony. And so they cut it off once, and then the infection spread up, so they had to cut it off again. Like, holy crap. So my yeah,
I don't even want to think about
and
that.
Then another guy next to me on the other side had jaundice, and so I was, my one ball was not as important.
Oh my god!
Have you ever jaundice?
Yeah, have you ever seen somebody with jaundice, dude? They got yellow skin.
Yeah, dude. Well, I mean, if you've got jaundice, that means like you're
dehydrated beyond. Yeah.
Well, like it means your liver's like not functioning correctly. You're building up too much bilirubin, and you're gonna fucking probably die soon.
I knew a guy with jaundice when I worked at Lowe's a long time ago in my early 20s, late teens. There was a guy with jaundice that we worked with, and he looked yellow, and it was like, damn, dude, how much are you drinking, dog?
Yeah, serious.
Like a 24-pack a night.
Damn, dude. I can't.
You know, there's people out there, Scott, that do that. You know, there's people out there that buy a case and drink the whole thing.
Yeah, dude, I know there are people who like fucking put down like 40 a night. Like, God damn, dude. But you know, those people are not long for the world once you're that level.
Just a few to quit the shaker. Just a few. End up drinking 30 beers. Fucking crazy.
Dude. I can't even imagine, dude. If I have a 6-pack, you know, like I'm like dead for like 2 days, right? Like I'm old enough now, dude. Like the over that you get from like 6 to 7 beers is riff.
Yeah, beer makes my stomach feel like shit. Hohenheim, go ahead, brother. I'm all ears.
Yeah, no, I'd say the same, Scott. Now, well, since COVID, I can't have one beer. I feel rotten for 2-3 days just with one beer. It destroyed me. Seriously destroyed me.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so Josh, you ready? You have your.
I'm always ready, buddy.
What's guns on. I love it.
I'm ready to listen. Ooh,
cool. So let's start.
It's actually Creasy Bear is his name. His name's Creasy Bear.
Sorry, Creasy. Right.
No, you don't have to apologize. He's dead now, so it's fine. You ever seen Man on Fire? Nobody seen Man on Fire?
I love it.
Man on Fire is a good movie. Old Denzel.
Dude, when he puts that grenade up that dude's butt, holy shit.
Yeah. Hardcore.
It's actually a C4 pencil detonator concoction he made, which is great.
Yeah.
So we'll go through these 3 questions again. We'll do it slowly or quickly. I don't know what you prefer.
Hold on, real quick before you do that. Tell Josh your foundations, where you're coming from, and why it matters to you. And then, so Josh knows where you're coming from when you ask these questions.
Oh, okay. Okay, let me just go and sit down then, because I can't do that while I'm doing shit. Yeah, so I'd base everything on the logic of the universe, the logos of the universe, that there is a base logic to everything, that God would be possibly part of, or would definitely have to abide by. So this logos, this logic, is kind of the base of the universe. But then I can't claim to understand or know. It's just an idea. I can't claim to understand the entirety of the universe. I'm only 42, so. And then I would go on top of that and then start the law of identity, or non-contradiction, and just basic logic. Logic is logical. And then on top of that, that's how I reason. Reason is reasonable. One is always one. 1 + 1 is always 2. One is not 2. 1 is 1. That kind of stuff.
Right.
So then the first question will be.
So do your. Yeah,
So
I was
then the
about to
first
say, go
question
ahead.
is you believe in the omnipresent, omnipotent God, omniscient God. Yeah. And
Yes.
so then
Yep.
God would not only know everything that's going to happen, created everything to happen as it is happening. So then how could anyone be punished for God's intention?
Because that's what God says.
So that would be, in my worldview, wholly immoral, because God would punish you for his action.
Sure. Why is it immoral?
Because punishing someone else for something you did is illogical and immoral, I would say, in my worldview.
Would you say that substitutionary atonement is immoral, Anonym? Is that what you're getting at?
Which will explain substitution.
Like somebody paying for your crimes.
I can do if they want. I have nothing against that. That's.
I was just trying to sum up and steelman your position. Just to go ahead.
I wouldn't say.
That went really well. I like
immoral. That. I'd say it's then it's not going to help them learn the lesson. It's not going to help the situation. It'll maybe help some unneeded. Well, I'd say it is kind of immoral from someone who created you to fall down the hole and then say, "I'll help you out the hole. Look how nice I am." I think that's kind of absurd, self-centered, arrogant, not something deserving of a all-powerful, all-knowing, any kind of intelligent being. I think that's below any kind of intelligent being. That's childlike thinking, I think. But anyway, that's not the question. So the main question is then, how could you, how could a God hold you morally responsible for something he is responsible for?
Well, I guess, since we're going to kind of go past your logic is logical and reason is reasonable, which is a claim which doesn't really make sense if you get down to the foundations of it, which I'm happy to overlook for the sake of the conversation. So, do you want to go there with your foundations?
Go ahead.
Or do you want me to answer the question?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, hold on. My phone's not on mute. Oh no, people are texting me. Hold on. Hold.
You're fine, man. The show is in free for all mode. We're good.
Yeah, do not fire until you see the whites of their eyes, guys.
Yeah, so God can do whatever he wants because he's God, right? So if you have an opposition to that, whether it's epistemological, veritological, or moral, you would first have to establish your foundation for what you know is true, what you know is, what you know at all, what you know is right, and then attack God from your position. But yeah, that's the simple thing, man. Like God either decreed everything, or He facilitates everything, or He allows everything. So I don't see any problem with
So
that.
your God created every circumstance, then, yeah?
Yeah, and so did your God.
No.
Well, you just don't recognize Him as God. That's a rejection of God, which is fine.
No,
But He
that's
still
your
did
God. So
create
my
everything.
God, I don't know yet. I'm not claiming to understand God and the workings of the universe. That would be, in my mind, not saying you are. I'd say it was presumptuous, arrogant, and yeah, not saying that you are, but I'm saying that is.
You can say that. That's fine. That doesn't hurt my feelings.
We're attacking ideas, not people.
If I
and I
did
know
that, I
you
would
both
feel
know
I would
that.
be doing that. I'm not saying you're doing that. So I can't say with any certainty that I understand God's intention, how God gets from how God does anything. So that would be a different question. I'll get to that. That's the third question. The main question now is just how can God hold people responsible, not only hold them responsible, but then punish them for an act that He did.
I mean, what do you mean? How could He do that?
Well, you believe in hell and punishment.
Don't you believe in compatibilism, Josh? Is that you think that right? Like
I mean,
a
in terms of
theological
free will,
compatibilism?
yeah. Well, I don't
And
know
Can
what
you hear me?
that means, but yeah, I would say compatibilistic free will is what I believe in.
oh, okay,
Can
yeah.
you
I
hear
just
me?
was trying to put it in
Can you
your
hear me?
terms. I was trying to steelman you.
Yeah.
Nothing. I just came onto
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. What
my
happened to you,
computer. I
Honenheim?
can't see myself
You
in the
good?
room. That's all. But that's fine. If you can hear me, that's good. Am I not in the room? Oh, I'll go out and come back then.
Yeah, that is weird.
Voice.
You're not in the room. That's weird.
Well, you're still there though, so it doesn't matter.
There you are. You pop back in.
All right.
Let's go.
So
Yeah, it seems kind
is
of basic. We
decree
can go
and
past this if
allow
it's
the
not
same
getting
thing,
there.
Josh?
So God would
No, I
have
don't think so.
created intentionally the whole universe and
Just
all
making sure.
implications.
Go ahead, Honenheim.
So how can anyone be punished for God's intention?
Sure.
Okay, then okay. If you just say that, but just because
Sure.
God says so, that's okay. Then that's done. Okay. Well, I would buy that. I would just have to say that is
Because he says
holy
so.
and moral, and that's the not the kind of God I would like in charge. Okay. Well, I would buy that. I would just have to say that is
Because he says
holy
so.
and moral, and that's the not the kind of God I would like in charge of the universe. It seems like a strange God, a child God. That doesn't understand pain, doesn't understand humanity.
Sure.
Yeah, it's strange. Okay. Then, so the second one, and we've had this discussion before, is how can God ever be less than God and still be God? As in Hebrews 2:9, God was made less than the angels to die. So, can God die?
Sure.
Well, no, I'm asking about yours. Mine. This has nothing to do with my definition of God.
What is your definition of God? Yeah, I guess this is kind of where we part ways here because you failed to establish, to my satisfaction, an epistemological foundation that's both transcendent and ultimate. So what you're doing is you're making knowledge claims against the God that you think I believe in, which is fine, as well as moral claims. You've also failed to establish a moral objectivity with which you operate out of, to my satisfaction, in order to make moral claims against the God you think I believe in, and are asking me questions about the God that I believe in that are made plain and clear in the Bible, right? So what I'm trying to get you to do is to tell me what you think the God that I believe in is. So I believe in the triune God, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. You're referencing Hebrews. That's great. I would take you to John 1:1. I'd take you to Isaiah 10. I take it to Isaiah 13. I take it to Isaiah 44:8, Isaiah 43:10. I take you to John where it talks about the Holy Spirit as being God. And then I would want you to ask your question. So, like, if you had a foundation for who the triune God was, great, we can talk about it. But you don't have
less
a
than the
foundation for it.
angels.
You just kind of have what you think.
Lesser than the angels.
So you're
I think
trying
the
to like
verse goes.
dismantle
You may know
the
the verse
triune
better
God of
than
the
me,
Bible
but
by saying
I
like,
think it says lesser than the angels.
well, because Jesus is
so you
lesser
won't
than the
answer
Father
the question
in this
until
aspect
I've
at this
done.
time.
What do you want me to do before you answer the question?
Mm-hmm. Sure. Well, I think we've already talked about this. Is what is your foundation, right? What is your basic foundation? What is your worldview? And Thomas can probably help you out with this in terms of like your
years of
epistemological
scientific
belief.
inquiry.
You're operating out of that. So what is it? You kind of just said logic is logic, reason is reasonable.
So, yeah.
How do you know that?
I have the
What do you
history of
mean?
science. I have
What's your
the
foundation?
whole universe. I have this platform we're speaking on as evidence that these theories work
Sure.
wonderfully.
How do you know those are accurate?
You don't have anything apart from your Bible and opinion at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If I may, the only reason I say we have to assume that reason is reasonable is because we can't even assume that we exist unless we try to say, I'm reasoning here and saying that I exist and I think. That is reasoning unto itself. So we have to assume that reason is reasonable just by that tautological, at least linguistically. So I'm not making any claims about that. I'm just saying it seems to be the case that reason is reasonable, and from that we can derive the laws of logic from what we experience from our senses. It seems to have been that way through evolution, but that would be the standard in which
we'll get to that in the third.
I could go to my moral standards, but this is just my
get that into the third
epistemological
question,
foundation.
So then,
Honenheim has a good
really.
epistemological foundation. He doesn't need my help
if
at
your
all.
God
So
has to always
I think
have
he does.
all these attributes to be God.
I mean, he needs somebody's help, and
if
it's
you
God's.
If you don't want to answer the question, that's fine. We can move on to the third. Yeah, well, that's the question then. Should I ask it again?
I mean, I'm happy to. I'm
Sorry,
here for you,
okay.
man. You tell me what you want.
So yeah, do you believe God, Josh? Do you believe that your God
obviously
has to always have the attributes, all attributes of God, to remain being God? He can't ever be less.
You're
than
doing
God.
good. Go for it.
You're doing great.
You don't. So God is still God when he dies, or he's less than angels. Okay, wonderful. Okay, good. Then okay. Now we're getting closer to agreeing on what this God is, which is great. I hope you're happy about. Oh well, I always hope for agreement and and unity rather than disagreement and disunity. Yeah. Okay, so then the third one, you say you have God as your foundation of morality and logic. Can you explain that at all? Apart from just saying God is moral, God is logic, can you logically explain how God would be logic, how God would be moral?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I doubt that. Yeah.
Well, can I explain it to your satisfaction? That would ultimately depend on your presuppositions for epistemology, deontology, and morality, which we've clearly understood. I know Thomas agrees with you, but I disagree with you. I don't think you have an ultimate and transcendent foundation with which to accurately rely on, but you do rely on it. Much like philosophers and atheists like Bertrand Russell in Problems of Philosophy, you have no reason to believe the future is going to be like the past. So you really have no basis, no ultimate and transcendent basis for doing anything at all. You just assume it on blind faith. Right now, I love faith. I think faith is great. You have confidence in things, and you can laugh all you want. That's totally fine. I'm telling you stuff you've already heard, and this is why discourse with you is difficult, because you think it's funny and you kind of have this weird agenda. And that's totally fine. I'm happy to placate to you. But yeah, so why do I believe in the one true and living God, right? The triune God, which is what you're trying to dismantle right now with your false interpretation of what the scriptures have already said, with no moral or epistemological foundation. One, because he's revealed it to us in history, creation. He's revealed it to us personally in his word. So yeah, I have no issues with God being my foundation for epistemology.
I'd say the pure logic,
ultimately because of the impossibility of the
would
contrary.
be, but I don't
when you do not have God as your
to
foundation, you're left in a world of absurdity, which is what you're clearly demonstrating
as you
right
do
now.
claim
And these are all
have
things I've
an
already said to
understanding
you.
of how God, but
So-
you still haven't explained how God would do this, but yet you claim to understand it. And you also base your logic and morality on something you don't yet understand. So if you could show us how that does, that God is the base of morality, or God is morality. If you understand that, then you'd be able to tell us. If you don't, well, you obviously don't, because you can't explain it. And then the same would go for logic. If God is logic, how would that then lead to the laws of logic and the world we have? If you can't explain that, then you're just saying God, and I could just say unicorn or farty blood fast.
I mean, you can ultimately say whatever you want, but you've already established you don't have an ultimate and transcendent foundation to hold to the universal and invariant laws of logic like we all are, even though we're both using laws of logic. I think you're in Australia, I'm in Florida. How are we holding the same laws of logic that are both universal and invariant? It doesn't make sense given your worldview. And then second, as far as the moral claims against God, those are, I mean, I would just say they're absurd, and ultimately I'd say they're absurd because, again, you don't have an ultimate foundation for your morality.
Well, no, I do
so
have.
I'm happy to talk to you more about what I think the Bible says.
Yeah, but then it could be a 2,000-year-old myth, whereas
you can kind of
we have over
2,000
years of scientific
My
inquiry
position
that
is grounded in history.
Given us the world we live
2,000
in.
years,
What we're speaking on now is made by scientific inquiry, by an understanding of the universe, which is relates to, well, that corresponds with reality. So our understanding of reality actually does relate to reality, whereas yours doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, that's a claim
I can't
which
talk
I
to you now using
disregard.
this platform
And if
without
you care
talking
to
about
explain
God
that, I'm
first.
happy to hear it. But I don't think you can explain why science works the way it does, devoid of a Christian worldview. Well, you can try. What I'm saying is, if you can tell me how you are, but you're just borrowing from the Christian worldview. You're adhering to standards that you can't justify.
Well, morals,
and ultimately,
I
if we're
can't
talking
say.
about science as your
Where the
ultimate
objective
authority, cool,
morality
tell me how
is.
science works. How
I
is
could
science
just
moral?
make it up and
How does
say
science give you
unicorn
purpose and
is
meaning
the
that's
base of
universal,
moral. I could
invariant,
just
and
make
unchanging?
something
It
up.
doesn't
I
make
could
any
say
sense.
that God is, Christ is, but then I couldn't say why. So then it is just arbitrary. So what you're claiming is arbitrary because you still haven't explained fully how morality or objectivity. So the third answer you're not actually answering yet. You're just saying God. That's it.
I mean, not to your satisfaction, but it doesn't mean I didn't answer it. I guess when we're talking about science and kind of the scientific method, or what did you say? 2,000 years of scientific, whatever you said. I can't remember the word. Sorry, TBI. How do you know science works? You just said you didn't understand morality. Not that you didn't understand it, but you can't apply moral objectivity to the scientific method. How does that make sense? Because
So
who
where
does
do you get
science?
the
Scientists do
objective
science.
moral
Scientists
standard
are
from then?
people. So they're not held to an objective moral standard. They don't have to be honest in their findings.
Yes.
Well, I get it from God. What I'm saying to you is, if you have science as your kind of your standard, and you don't really have a foundation for morality, how can you apply that non-foundation of morality to science?
Well, I don't see
expect
any
scientists.
objective
I uphold a
morality yet.
Christian value.
I hope
I uphold
I
the
do
Christian
have a
worldview
foundation of
to
morality which I
scientists. I
would base
expect them
on
to be
life
honest in their findings.
and its
Right? Why would you expect
expansion,
that?
and then
Science doesn't give
movement
rise to
to
morality.
diversity, and then progression towards whatever ends it may be, the Uberman, the Christ, the Christ consciousness, the Christ being.
Sure.
That could be the Uberman.
Yeah.
I wouldn't claim to know it,
So,
but you claim just God, Christian. But can you explain what is moral in God and Christian? So you're just saying God is Christian. Could you explain, give us one prescription of your morality onto the world, and then we can explore that, maybe like abortion or killing. I know you believe in capital punishment, so I would say that is very, very unchristian by the standards of the Bible and the Ten Commandments. So there's one example. we could go there if you want. But I know you keep saying that, like I haven't heard it the last 500 times.
Yeah.
I have read the Bible a number of times, so that's
because you're not a Christian, then that's fine. I mean, you just haven't read the Bible, so that's fine.
To your liking. So I answered to God.
Sorry, you have not read the Bible hermeneutically and understood exegesis of the Bible
so
in order to understand what God has said.
A guide of morality then? So
that's why we're talking.
Tell us what is moral, what is not moral, not just say God, Christ.
Well, I mean, it's to God's liking. It's clear in the Bible.
No, I mean, give us like some prescriptions. So you'd say like thou shouldn't kill, but then you think it's okay to kill.
God or Christ.
Should you stone people if they don't go to church on the Sabbath, or should you not? Like,
I think we already established that the issue is you're reading the English version of the Bible. You're not going back to the Greek or the Hebrew, right? So what original language was the Bible written in? It was written in Greek and Hebrew, right? So when we're talking about thou shalt not kill, we're not actually talking about not killing in that context. In the specific,
Genesis or the
do you know where that is specifically
but then,
found in the Bible?
So if we're going to ask about, well, if we're going to now claim that if you don't know this verse, like earlier on, you couldn't tell me the verse Hebrews 2:9, you thought it was something else. So I'm not going to play with this.
You're close. You're
close. You don't know this verse, then you don't know the Bible. It's kind of childish. I don't want to go there. So I want to.
I think you will play this silly game.
Thomas,
I think you will 100%. I don't think you're going to stop because I'm pushing you to know what verses you're talking about.
All right.
I'm a Christian. I have no, and you can laugh all you want. It's in Exodus 20. It's the 10 Commandments. So yeah, I'm sorry I don't know. Okay, well, Thomas can laugh because it's his show and I love him.
I was just clapping at
what
being
I'm saying
silly
to you.
bitch.
Yeah,
what I'm saying to you is,
I did laugh too.
All right, on three, everybody laughs so I can know your laughs. 1, 2, 3.
So let's go to.
Let's stop. That's not your laugh, Thomas.
Let's go to
No,
that.
I don't know. Mine's usually
tell us what
a
that
really
really means, because you obviously know the Bible better than me. Let's be educated. So
Everybody should be my laugh.
I heard Travis. I know that laugh.
This is all in good faith, Josh. This is all in good faith. I'm happy and relaxed. I'm just sitting.
I'm not going to address.
I'm not being condescending.
Kind of the condescending tone of what you're saying. Like, you know the Bible better than us. Well, maybe, I don't know. Maybe Travis knows the Bible better than me. Maybe Thomas does. I'm not going to.
I'm British as well. I'm in Thailand. I've never been to Australia, so.
I know you say that, but don't think I'm a dummy. I hear your little quips. Well, so I understand them.
Let's move on.
Maybe it's an Australian thing. It's all
Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not.
I'm just telling you what I'm thinking
here. He's British, yeah.
Oh man, well then British. Yeah, that's even worse. What?
So
you're still a country? What are you talking about, bro? Let's go.
Why don't you guys just tell each other how you really feel?
Hey man, this isn't my show. I can say whatever I want.
Yeah, do you guys just want to go and like make out for a minute and come back and get that tension out?
I have solicited nude pictures from Hunterheim several times.
Yes, just go have some makeup sex and come back here. Don't make us have to deal with it.
I'll have some makeup sex with both of y'all.
Yeah, but hold on, I do want to say, like, you have to recognize from like Josh's position, like, there is nothing that doesn't make sense about that God being able to make himself lesser to Jesus, or like any of that kind of stuff. He's God; he can do whatever he wants, right? Like, you're missing Josh's point. I think.
Your morality or your logic and how that gets from God to morality and logic, not just saying God, and that's where I'm pushing now. Oh, if he says that, then that's fine. He hasn't said that though.
Yeah, but Josh is going to say it still just comes down to some sort of position
okay, then,
where you're just
then
going to
done,
say,
yeah.
"Hey, this
Okay,
is my basis," and his basis is God. So, I mean,
that's all I wanted.
That's ultimately
that's all I wanted
to say.
It was just you say that is what your basis is. You're just saying God, and then I'm happy. That's but you're not on Google, Josh. I'd have to do. I want to ask you.
I mean, you could have just Googled what is the Christian's foundation for everything.
But I speak to many Christians every day. I work with like hundreds of Christians, and everyone seems to have their own.
Well, I'm not the main Christian. You could Google thousands of years church history. I mean, I'm not.
See, Josh, this is where we would be in 100% agreement, because I found like 90% of people who say they're Christians are really sneaky
professing Christians.
Assholes,
what?
So. Sorry.
Let's go.
Nothing. If you like sneaky judgmental assholes. No, I don't.
So
I don't like
what's the problem with
judgmental assholes.
Yeah, he's saying
he's saying you don't like that, though. Hang on, guys.
You guys, there's an easy answer. There's an easy answer.
Let Travis speak.
Why not?
When Josh asks you that question, what's wrong with that? Why don't you just say it hurts my feelings? Because what Josh is really getting at is, you can rightfully say, if you believe that your moral convictions are born of your sentiments, just tell him that, and he might say, just your sentiments? That's it? And then you'll say, yeah, that's all I believe I got. And then he'll disagree with you and say, well, you should come to God because God's actually one step under that. And then you say, well, okay, how do I get there? Read the book. And then my problem is, well, you're reading something that other human authors wrote that had, God's will or word or whatever breathed through them as they were writing, however one wants to describe that. And I just, I can't come to believe in the infallibility of what they write. So yeah, I'm just, my claim is I'm a dirty, stinking ape. I shower twice a day, so maybe I've escaped the dirty, stinking part. But I'm an ape who gets his feelings hurt by seeing things like murder, child rape, all of these things around me that make me feel bad. So when I'm forming my epistemological standard of truth, when I'm forming my moral quest, I base it on that, how I feel about this experience. Josh claims to know more and says there's this thing and he's got it. I say, I don't see how you can get there. So I disagree with you. But I think what I'm not hearing a lot of is when people come on to talk to Josh, they won't give their standard, as he calls it. And we're more just tap dancing around like, well, are you telling me God, like, how could God create a world where, a parasite eats a child's eye out from the brain out and they have to go through that suffering and die? It's like, well, he did it for the pleasure of doing so. He did it because he wanted to. I think we can make that abstraction from Josh's position. So I just think a lot of people who call in, the secular people,
I could answer the question again, Josh.
Aren't getting to that. Well, because it hurts my feelings. It's like, it seems like a wuss to concede that.
Oh,
but
sorry.
Is that not what all this is?
That was my response. Yeah, no, it does. I'm not just going to say that, but I'll give you an elaboration. So I was.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hohenheim wanted Josh to ask again so he can say, well, it hurts my feelings.
Oh, okay.
What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that? Okay. What is wrong with that? So I'd say that these people that profess to be Christians stand to a very high, you would say the highest moral standard in the world. So then when I see them acting contrary to this view, I find it kind of a bit offensive. It hurts my feelings. It makes me unhappy because this standard should be the highest. So I don't see them meeting the standard that they're trying to get everyone else to stand to. So you're saying that other people like myself are not Christian. When I see the way you're acting and the way many people acting that profess to be Christians as being very, very unchristian. So it makes me really unhappy. It makes me really that's why I love challenging and talking to you about this, because I'm obsessed, as you know, with logic and morality. And when I see people being illogical and immoral, it bothers me, and I want to try and help you understand my point of view. Not to say that you're wrong. I wouldn't say that you're not a Christian or you're immoral. I just say, by my standard, I'd say you're immoral. You're not a Christian, but I would never say that to you, because that's just not very nice, is it?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't. Fuck woke.
Yeah, that's part of the.
That is.
I think, guys, can I chime in? I think Hohenheim wants us to be woke, politically correct, and just not give a damn about how the culture. That's what he wants. Come on, let's be honest. Let's be honest. You just want Christians to play your game. To play your game. That's it. You want us to be woke, politically correct, and play your game.
I don't say that. I just
and not give a damn about the world. Really, that's your attitude, Hohenheim. Really, if a Christian doesn't meet up your standard, Hohenheim, therefore it's not a Christian. I'm sorry, we're not here to meet up your standard. We're here to meet God's standard.
Vlad, hold on, buddy.
Vlad, I had to mute you for a second, buddy. I'm sorry.
But I just had to ask Scott something really quickly. Scott, did you hear that sound?
I know, dude. I heard something. It sounded really familiar. It sort of sounded like an axe being ground.
All right.
Sorry,
One
Vlad.
second. I'm going to unmute Vlad real quick. Let's try not to go down the political route. Let's stay on the topic of what they're talking. Travis and Josh and Hohenheim are talking about. So let's go back. Sorry, Vlad. I didn't mean to do that. I just couldn't get control in the room there, and nobody could hear me.
Bring back Hillary. I would say that I'd never say someone else is not a Christian. I think every single person in my worldview is a Christian. Sorry, Josh, if you don't like that. I think it's wonderful and beautiful, and it's a new Travis.
That's rough.
What was okay, Josh? Would you say that Christ's act?
Well, I don't like
every
that.
single person.
It's not a matter of what I like or not. It's a matter of what the Bible says.
It wasn't quite good enough for everyone, or something.
That's all good. Yep. Nope. No, I wouldn't phrase it like that.
Was
I
it
think
not
you're
good enough
phrasing
for
it in a
everybody?
specific way to hold me to a specific thing, which I don't believe in. And that would be more of a Jacob Arminius type of position or Arminian position, and that Jesus Christ died for everybody, which he did not. So, what do you mean not good enough? So establish your moral standard, because that's a moral claim. Hey, God didn't do something that was good enough for everybody, and then tell me what you're even talking about.
Yeah. Can I help out a little bit here? Yeah, Hohenheim, do you get your morality from your feelings? Okay, so it's just feelings, Josh.
Yeah. So you feel that?
No, I say just feelings because it pales in comparison on a narrative scale to what you're claiming.
No, I could base it on
just
something
feelings
that's
compared
much
to
bigger
this
than your God,
almighty,
much bigger than feelings,
omnipotent.
but I would just be making shit up.
Super
but it would
jumbo
be really plausible.
God
I am
you,
formulating something on that
in.
now, which would be the base, the lattice of the universe, the hexagon, the logic of the universe, how matter arranges itself logically, and then that we are an extrapolation of that, and diversity and expansion, and whatever this journey is that life is heading towards, that ultimate end would be the kind of moral guide. But then I'm just making shit up. So. But so are you.
Oh yeah, we know.
God, you guys are so passive
making it up.
aggressive.
I'm not being like,
I know.
openly
confrontational.
I love
clear.
both
like,
of
yeah,
you a
you're
lot,
making shit
but y'all
up,
have
bro.
got to just say what you mean.
That's what I mean. He's making stuff up. I'm agreeing with him.
Well,
right,
but Josh, another way to look at this is like at least Hohenheim's making up his own thing, where you're buying into things that were written by other human men, and you just believe that they were divinely inspired.
Sure. Do you believe things that you read by other men? Do you read books?
Yeah, sure, I do.
Well,
but I
then there
don't
you
claim
go.
them to be like infallible, right?
Sure. That would be a different case
I'm
if you were.
I'm a fallibilist. So even
Yeah.
if I believed, I mean, I know a lot of people who claim to be Christian who are also fallibilistic about their belief, right? Like I know, I know your position. You're going to say, those aren't the true elect or select.
Is it possible, Josh?
But
maybe not. I don't know.
You don't know if they are. They might be, but
yeah.
Based on that wouldn't be what a Christian would do or say.
If you're not sure that the no, that's yeah. Go ahead.
But Josh, how do you can you explain that? Because that's really the difference between you and I, where I see this gaping hole that gets filled by faith, because you would agree that this scripture was interpreted through by some means with God communicating his word through people and writers, and then you don't know what might be sin and what might be like canon from God, so that's always been a thing for me since I was 5 years old. When I became aware of this thing, I've always wondered, like, why do people believe that? Like I get like reading it and being like, whoa, there's some like helpful stuff in here that really helps me out. But going as far to say that it's like infallible and you believe that it's actually the word of God, that that's a leap my body won't allow me to take.
Yeah. What do you mean by sin versus canon? What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean
that.
you're aware that like human beings have created what you would call false gods and false narratives of God, right? Yeah. So I'm saying, how do you know you haven't found yourself in one, or at least in some of that? Because maybe you're right, and there were people receiving messages from God, and but there were some so-called prophets or writers that were writing down just what they felt was right, and they weren't part of it. So how would you be able to determine what is God's word or not?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we're kind of talking about specific religions and sects of religions that have gone astray, i.e., the Catholic Church. Right? We're talking about the apocryphal Gospels. You can talk about Mormonism and
I'm actually talking about the original scripture, Josh. Like I'm talking about if we can imagine the original writing and breathing the word through the writers, and it's like God is writing on the page through them. So this is believed by you. You have faith in this, that this is accurate.
Sure, confidence. I have confidence in it. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Whatever you want to call it. And my thing has always been, how would you know what is just men sinning and writing down what they own, what they themselves just want, because they don't believe that any of these guys are doing this, but it's a chance for them to write in their own laws of the land and things like that. Like what you would see when people are sinning, right? Like creating false gods, false narratives, false laws. And so how do you know that hasn't happened here, at least to some degree? Like even, how do you know the Jesus part isn't just made up? The same way that Hohenheim is making up his thing.
Yeah,
because that's what I think. That's what I think. What I currently believe is that it's most probably that, right? That's what I believe.
mm-hmm.
I wouldn't claim that with any kind of absolute certainty,
mm-hmm.
but I don't have that, and I wouldn't claim to have that to you. So I'll concede that right away.
Yeah.
But yeah. So
yeah. So this is
how do you do it?
yeah. So this is a basic. It's a much longer. It's a much bigger category than. I mean, maybe we can spend all night. I don't care. We're talking about how did we get the Bible, right? We're talking about sola scriptura, right, which is what you mentioned, meaning that the original scriptures are our sole infallible rule of faith, right? So we don't have any original scriptures. I think the closest gospels are dated, 110, 120, maybe 30 or 40 years after, which again, I have no issue with. If we actually go into it and we're talking about the Bible, what I would call is what's self-attesting, right? So I think somebody asked me on my show about it the other day about like kind of, oh my gosh, what is it? Sorry, I'm so sorry. The Council of Nicaea, right? So, hey, the Council of Nicaea, they got together. They decided all the books that were in the Bible. That's demonstrably false. That's not what was happening.
No, they decided on the Trinity, right?
They decided on the best way to tell people what the Trinity was in opposition to Arius. Yeah. So that's not at all what it was. There's nobody that has ever in time sat down and said, hey, this is the Bible. These are all the scriptures that are canon, right? It's self-attesting. And that's how we know, and again, people are going to think it's silly. That's how you know how powerful God is, because he's taken 66 books, multiple authors over thousands of years, put this together, and now we have it today, right? And again, for the people that are upset about, everything that's in the Bible is not just prescriptive, it's descriptive. So there are a lot of horrible things in the Bible that God is describing. He's not condoning them or advocating for them. Just want to get that out there because people will be upset about it. But we look at a self-attesting view of the Bible, not a community-driven view of the Bible like the Roman Catholic Church has, not a historical driven kind of understanding of the Bible, and where Council of Nicaea, Council of Trent, these councils, they got together and put together books of the Bible. That's not what happened. You honestly, and I hate to use the word Google, you could Google it and still figure it out. That's wrong. You could use Wikipedia and figure out that's wrong. And Wikipedia says.
Yeah, but something you haven't said yet, and maybe you just mean that I think you have faith that it's impossible that there are inaccuracies in the Bible, right?
What do you mean by inaccuracies?
In God's word,
400,000. Sure, you're talking about the 400,000 textual criticisms by Dr. Bart Ehrman. I'm happy to admit that. I have no problem with inaccuracies in the Bible. What I want to know is what the original authors wrote.
No. I'm talking about like in what is claimed to be God's word, God's word that you follow and believe in. That ultimately came from Scripture, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, is it possible that you are being duped in some way into believing something that is that is claimed to be God's word that really isn't God's word, and it's really just from the minds of men, and they're making up narratives like Hohenheim?
No, I don't think so. But I'm happy. Happy to field, contentions against that. Like, how do you know I'm wrong? Like, that's what I would say to people. How do you know I'm wrong?
I when you ask that, I think you're asking how do I know for certain that you're wrong? Is that right?
Yeah, because you're operating under the certainty
I don't know anything.
that I'm wrong.
I don't know anything for certain, so I can't help there.
Yeah.
But
it is a problem when we deal with this, with fallibility and infallibility. It's always going to be but here, Josh, how do you know if God condones or allows things in the Bible? Is that not your own interpretation of what he condones, or your church's interpretation of what he condones and what he doesn't?
Sure, I would say that everybody has their own interpretation of the Bible. That doesn't mean that we can't all come together and understand what the Bible is actually saying, right?
Well, no, I'm saying specifically what God condones. How do you know specifically what God condones in the Bible and what he doesn't?
I mean, this is this is not a condescending answer because he says it, right? So when we read the Bible, if you read it hermeneutically and understand the different parts of it and how it all comes together, you can see what God condones and doesn't condone, right? You can see God behaving a certain way, but we behave a certain way because we're not God. We're separate. We're created beings. So there's
I
a
can
difference.
admit that I probably have never read the word in exegesis, but I have scientifically read it twice. You know what I mean?
Because everybody reads the Bible according to their worldview. If your worldview is askew or devoid of absolute certainty or understanding, a basic epistemological
well, you just said it right there. Aren't you doing that too?
Correct one, then.
What do you mean? Doing what?
From your worldview, like you said.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Yeah,
it says so in the Bible.
Yeah.
Right? So it says so in the Bible. So the real issue is, really, just because it says so in the Bible, does that make it certainly so? And Josh's answer is yes. Right? Josh believes that it's certainly the case.
Right one.
The whatever is, claimed to be God's word in the Bible, it's certainly so.
Well, I guess I would just contrast the worldviews, right? So when we talk about an atheistic worldview or agnostic worldview, or even
there's no such thing as an atheist worldview, brother.
So again, this is not offensive, right? You know me. This is according to Christian doctrine, right? There's two worldviews.
You get 100 atheists, and they'll have
voicing
worldviews.
My disagreement.
You get 100 atheists, and they'll have different worldviews.
Yeah, so there is an atheistic worldview according to Christians. It's a not God worldview. I'm telling you what Christians believe. You're not a Christian. This is what Christians would say.
Yeah, I mean,
sure, and that's
sorry.
fine.
I have a gut reaction to that. What is the atheist worldview? Can we examine that?
Yeah.
So again, we're talking about atheism, right? Anti-theism, right? Going against theism. We can talk about people like Richard Dawkins.
No, be careful there. Be careful there. Anti-theism is not atheism. It's a little different.
So is a simple negation, right? I mean, I can explain if you want me to explain, or we can just whatever you guys want. I'm good with whatever.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. My bad.
No, all good. Yeah, I would say when we talk about people like Richard Dawkins, Dan Dennett, Sam Harris, Chris Hitchens, John Gray, we talk about Dan Barker. These are all atheists, right? Anti-theists or a simple negation. Means no or anti, right? They're just saying they're against theism or there is no theism. Now, I understand there is a typical atheistic type of party line that's like, hey, I just don't have enough evidence. That's totally fine. I'm not offended by that. I don't really care. But for Christians, when you say you don't believe in God, you are an atheist, right? In Mark it says, in Matthew it says, and John, I think in all of the Gospels that if you're not with me, you're against me. That's what Jesus is
If
saying.
you don't believe in God, yes, you are an atheist. Yeah.
If you don't believe in the Christian God, right? So this is just what Christians would say about people that don't believe in God. So like I know Travis doesn't have the same view as Thomas. Thomas doesn't have the same view as Hohenheim. Hohenheim doesn't have the same view as Scott. That's fine. But in my mind, you are atheists, right? Now, sure. I'm happy.
But I'm asking what the worldview is, because worldview does mean something, right?
Sure. So you get your epistemological belief, your veritrological belief, your moral belief from something other than the God of the Bible. That's an atheistic worldview.
Yes.
And that helps me put you in a category. Sure. Yeah. I understand that. That is what I mean by that. And again, I'm happy to hey, you don't want me to call you an atheist? I don't care, man. We're friends. Like, whatever. I'll call you whatever you want. You want to be called a girl? I'll call you a girl. I don't really care.
No, I'm just like, you can have your belief about atheists all you want. I'm just saying, when you say there is a worldview, you say the worldview is simply a lack of belief in God. Typically when we're talking about worldviews, we're talking about systems, right?
Well,
there are no systems within atheism.
Well, there is a system. The system is you don't believe in God, right? You have
But
a way that you view metaphysics and reality. You have a way that you view morality and knowledge and truth and purpose and meaning and origins and the kind of eschatologically, what do you believe as an atheist? You don't believe in God, so I know what you believe, right?
Yeah,
now,
but
you can
some
have specific sects.
Yeah, but some atheists claim to get all that stuff from something else that isn't a god, right? Like there's a lot of people who believe strange shit out there that happen to be an atheist.
It's like saying there's
there is no worldview that's similar there.
Like
the only similarity would be the lack of belief in a god existing. But I just think it's a poor use of language since we're talking about linguistics today.
I mean, I didn't start the Christian talk. I just want to point that out. I did not start the Christian talk.
It's fine, Josh.
Hang
on, Josh. It's fine, man. There's nothing wrong with it. But Hohenheim had something to say real quick.
Well, no, the anti-Santa is they don't have a worldview. They just don't believe in Santa.
Yeah, it's just a position.
But they're all atheist positions because they're all anti-God.
I'd say I'm atheist to your God, Josh. So I'd definitely be atheist to your God. I don't think your God exists.
I'm not anti-God.
I'd be atheist to all sorts of people's God, like the 34,999 gods.
So again,
well, no, actually 35,000. They're all just. I'm atheist to all those gods. My God's the only logical God. I don't even know if that exists.
Mm-hmm.
There are other gods in the Bible, though. There are other gods in the Bible.
Sure. So I guess I would just read Isaiah 43:10, and then tell me if you think other gods actually exist.
Oh, okay.
What does it
That's
say?
What I would say to you.
Do you want me to go and read it now?
It says.
Is it there with you, Josh? Could you read it? You know.
Read Isaiah 43:10, and then tell me what you're talking about.
Yeah, so he's the top god.
You can read it if you want to, Josh.
I'll get you some verses with the other gods in the Bible then. Hold on.
It says, "Before me there were no gods formed, neither."
Do you remember when the Hittites were fighting against the Jews,
right?
And
so
they prayed to their God, and God told the Jews they would win, but then the Hittites prayed to their God, made a sacrifice, and they won the battle.
Did
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sure.
No, well, God did say.
Sure. Do you think they won the battle because their God was
correct?
You
just told me to go and read a verse.
Or do you think they actually won because the other people were being punished by God?
Anyway,
you gotta read it in context,
so the Jews,
God
told
the
Jews
bro.
that they
this is bad exegesis at that point.
God told the Jews that they were going to win the battle, and then they went to war with the Hittites, and the Hittites prayed to their God, and they won.
Not at all what I said, but okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I would say the answer to that is no. See, I would say,
Josh, the reason they won is because they had better force multipliers.
They did actually. I'd say the answer to that is they did actually pray.
There was no green berets in the Bible. All right, they don't have force multipliers.
And that's the answer I've had from PhD.
That's the Amplified Bible. That's a different Bible.
Oh, I don't know. I'd say the monad or the one God that is the actual God, the God of Christ, not the strange God that.
What is the God
in their heads? The real God, the one God, a God, the God. I don't know. I wouldn't claim to know because that's. But Christ, yeah, but understanding Christ, that Christ is the person we need to understand because we can't understand God.
It's a nebulous concept for Hohenheim, I think, right now because he's still in flux figuring it out, right, Hohenheim?
I do have a question for you, Hohenheim. If a monad is taking action, would that then be a gonad?
Come again?
Oh my God, the puns!
Yeah, no, I was just
It's a
saying that
pun
there's an example of other
sandwich.
gods.
Sorry,
in the,
dad jokes
in the
over
Bible,
here.
and then Christ himself
We had
says,
to break.
I have
We had to break a
defeated the
little
god
bit of the
this
tension.
world. And,
So Hohenheim, go ahead, man. It's all good. I enjoy listening to this. What, real quick? What about the Egyptian gods and the you know, they turned their staves into snakes, and then Moses turned his staff
and that
into a
verse you're
snake,
talking
and
about, I
ate
think,
the
well,
other.
I've heard it interpreted by other Christians. You'd say
Ate the other
so-called
snakes,
Christians,
right? Am I
that,
correct about that?
He was just saying that he is above all the gods. So if you read the verse again, you could interpret it that
In
way.
the Old
He's
Testament,
above
there
all, there was
were
no God before. So he was the first God. He's the most powerful God. He's the Almighty God. So, or the maximally, I would say. I know that annoys people, but I would say that he is the top God. He is the monad. Monad is just.
But but isn't that a differentiation between the Old Testament and the New Testament, though, Hohenheim? So in the Old Testament, there is like mentions of like of other gods, right? But in the New Testament, there's not. Yep, and there's only one God. Yep. So like that, I mean, that's the differentiation between the two.
There is only
Josh's
one top God.
holds to the New
There
Testament.
are other
right?
gods, but it's just.
Oh, Josh goes.
Bible.
Yeah, I was about to say he
Testament.
goes with the entire thing.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be saying.
I do remember reading in
God.
the Old Testament that there were other gods, and that God was the main God. You know, that others were just
thou shalt not have another. That thou shalt not have another God before me, right? So that was a saying.
Sorry, I was just reading
like,
a few verses. Never
hey,
worship
I'm the ultimate one. I'm the God of gods. I'm the Zeus. If you
who
will,
is like you, O Lord?
Yeah, kind of. I think that also says. I'm sorry,
there's multiple verses talking about other gods. So yeah, but then it's all interpretation. I could be completely wrong. There could just be one God, and so yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you do have to realize what was going on at the time. I mean, like back then when the Old Testament first started, right? I mean, it, like multiple gods. This was just something that everybody believed in, right? Everybody at that time pretty much believed there were gods for
and then
winter,
the ultimate
or
one would be
gods
mine's
for
God's the only
a good
God. There is only
sunset,
one
or a
God.
god
All
for
your
like, man, that dinner was great. That God fucking put a good dinner on my fucking plate, right? You know, like they had gods for fucking everything.
Josh is gone, is he?
It's the Zeus. Jesus.
Jesus Cristo.
It.
Oh man. Hey, by the way, everyone, what's your answer to this? What is the Christian?
Oh, the Christian God is
Christian
he. Yeah, it's got to
God's
be he for the
preferred
Christians.
pronouns.
No.
I think
So
he
is
like
that
it.
to mean? Should we take from that pronouns matter?
But I think didn't he pass it down through a prophet, and he said, "I love it when you call me Big Papa."
Yeah. Put your something in the air. Your real true player.
I like the look.
Guys from Lady Tonight that should be having my. I think it was baby. God, I love that in that movie Hardball. You know what I'm talking about?
I know. Yeah, I know.
Okay, yeah. Fuck, that's good. That kid that has to wear those fucking headphones while pitching.
Yeah.
That's a sad movie. And then that little cute kid gets shot in the heart by that fucking gang breakout on his way back from a baseball game. That's a sad movie.
Yep.
Sad
but it's also
stuff.
kind of happy too.
Sad stuff can be happy.
When I think we have sort of demonstrated a bit of the problem with linguistics tonight, guys.
Yeah,
yeah, that's what this whole series is going to be about. Is we're going to show how linguistics are at the base of all communication and misunderstandings.
Ooh, so hold on. Do you think linguistics are the base of all communication? Because I do hold particular worth for nonverbal communication, right?
That's what linguistics involves. That.
Yeah.
Linguistics involves
body.
nonverbal?
It involves body language and micro expressions and all that shit.
Okay.
We'll be covering
isn't
the body
communication a really big branch of linguistics?
Communication is just a terminology in linguistics talking about, an interpreted and an interpreter and a communicator and a communicatee. It's just a terminology. It's not like a school in linguistics or anything. It's the main focus of the philosophy of language and linguistics, basically, to understand communication, right? How we communicate information from one agent to another, whether through body language or through natural language or whatever.
Yeah. So the reason I brought that up, I've been watching this YouTube channel. It's called Special Books for Special Kids.
I love that fucking channel, dude. I love that fucking channel.
It's so good, man. And he had this one where he was like, he went and hung out with this autistic kid who can't speak. Right?
Yep.
But they were still able to have like some sort of communication there, and that the autistic kid would for him to try to communicate, what he would do was just stare at you in the eyes, right? But he couldn't say anything. You don't know what's going on in his head, but you have some sort of inclination there of he's getting your attention or something like that.
Maybe he makes a sound or something like that, right? Yeah. I saw a lot of those episodes. People should go watch that. That guy has a big heart, and he's doing a lot of good for those kind of people. So he's a special needs teacher, is what he is. And
it's called special.
Go ahead.
That's cool.
I was just going to say it's called Special Books for Special Kids. If you want to check it out.
They interviewed somebody with antisocial personality disorder as well.
Yeah, that one was really good because that guy was he's like, here's what it really is. I just don't like being around people.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't care if they were dead or not. You know what I mean? So that's just the problem with people who have antisocial personality disorder. They're either born with it or they're enculturated to it. So
the thing that was interesting about that guy though, because he's like, I just know it's better for me to not be a piece of shit to people. It's because logically it makes sense for me to not do that, because if I help somebody else, they're gonna help me.
Because of how it feels.
Yeah, selfish altruism. Honenheim, you're still here, but it popped you out for some reason.
I think he got on his
for him though, Travis, it wasn't about how it makes him feel. For him, it was like a contractual thing, right? So if I do this, I get
because
something.
He feels the contract is worth something, right? He values that contract.
Well, with what he has, he doesn't feel anything, right? So it's not like he has feelings the same way you would think that we have feelings.
Oh, I'm not saying they're the same kind of feelings. I'm just saying they're feelings. If he's doing something like I get the logical. He feels as though logic ought to be incorporated into his decision making, or else he wouldn't, reference logic. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't think we can escape our feelings.
No,
regardless of whatever disorder of the mind we have, we're going to feel something in our experience. And
you know me. I mean, I think logic and reason are all based off feelings, anyways. So I mean, there's no
the left and the right brain work together.
Yep, there's no escaping that fucking.
Well, you know what's the most amazing thing? These people who get they get in a terrible car accident and lose half their brain, and the other half starts picking up the slack.
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
Right. Neuroplasticity is fascinating.
Yeah, man.
It is, really, it is. I'm fucking loving this conversation. I don't want it to end, but I'm getting hungry. Well, this always happens like 5 hours in.
I guess that means you have antisocial personality disorder.
I do. I'm a fucking sociopath.
All right, what's your DoorDash? What's your address? I'll DoorDash you.
What's your address? Send me some food.
Yeah,
let's go.
Let's old DoorDash Thomas something right fucking now.
I'm dead serious.
I am too, man. What do
you
need?
Dead serious?
Send it to me on text.
I don't know. It's 12 o'clock. It's 12:34 a.m. You think DoorDash is going to do anything for me?
You're going to be limited to like an IHOP or a Denny's after 12. Yeah. Not that I know from experience, but I do.
Dude, well, you can order.
I don't want to make you guys buy food. I mean, I've got food here.
I mean, I could ship you some Tim Hortons, but I don't know if it's going to be edible by the time it gets down there.
Hey, as a thought experiment, give me your address. Send it to me on Discord right now, and I will see what is open.
Well, should we take this over to Discord, then?
Yeah, let's take it over to Discord. Guys, really appreciate you coming and hanging.
Travis, dang it.
No, it's okay.
This was an on-air. I see.
Oh, this is on air. Okay, that's what we wanted to do.
Yeah, don't tell me your address. Don't tell me your address. Send it to me.
Well, I was just gonna text it to you on my phone, but I got food here, bro. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna go straight to Discord because I'm not tired, but I gotta eat real quick. Perry's probably gonna come with us too. Nivik said he was still there a little while ago. Vlad, you're more than welcome to come to Discord. Everybody who's listening to us, thank you. Please subscribe to the Pangburn Hangout. Please go to Travis Pangburn's YouTube channel. I think he posted the
Thomas,
Discord.
One thing
links.
before, guys, we got a huge donation from Josh, who donated 200 meals to the 3rd annual Pangburn food giveaway that I do on Christmas Day on Hastings Street here. If anyone has a couple bucks, like honestly, $1 pays for 2 meals, guys. So even if you PayPal me or through the GoFundMe on Discord,
Travis,
or ask me for the link or whatever. Actually,
Travis,
this is important.
So I wanted to
GoFundMe link for you guys here. If you can at all throw a couple bucks towards this, again, even $2, make it anonymous or whatever, please do. We're up to 320 meals, and that's before I throw in what I throw in, and I usually match whatever we raise. So let's get it up. Let's try to get to this $500 goal. I think we're getting close. Yeah, but anyways, there's a video on the GoFundMe link that shows exactly what I do, but I'll make a short video about it and post on the YouTube channel where I interview some people who are, struggling through down there. But I purchase Mr. Noodle packs because it's like a meal for 50 cents, right? So you can, and that used to be my meal when I was going to university on student loans and whatnot. So, and I still eat it as a guilty pleasure snack. So, yeah, man.
The thing is, like, for example, you're putting your university food for the people that you're going to donate. And Josh obviously was a big donator. I went to it. When is the last day, more or less? I'm looking at it because of my income and, when I get paid.
Yeah. Honestly, Vlad, at any point within the next couple weeks would be great. But if you can't until the new year, I can just, because I'll be donating a bunch too. I'll just add whatever you add to that bulk donation. But the sooner the better. But every little bit helps. But I also don't want you guys to put yourself out or anything like that.
Yeah.
So,
but I want to put out I want to put out a challenge out there to all the atheists, and I'm pretty sure Josh will agree with me. Who donates better?
I'm an atheist.
Christians or atheists? Christians or atheists? I want to throw the gauntlet out there. I would like to see who really can live up to being a true humanist and love their fellow man.
At the end of the show, this is what you did at the end of the show.
I just wanted to throw this in there. I want to see who's the better man. The atheist or the Christian donates to the good cause of humanity.
But yeah, like so little fun competitions, okay. Even if it's not a competition of more, if you can just give $1, that's 2 meals, 2 packages I get to hand out to people. It's a great thing. This is our 3rd year of doing it, so I keep kind of increasing the amount by like 25% every year. So I'm hoping we can do it. I think we gave out 1,000 last year, so I'm hoping for like I think 1,200 this year, 1,250.
This is disingenuous that Vlad broke down. Hey, if we get to 500 meals, I'll donate 200 meals. If we do that, let's go. 200 more meals.
Damn.
700. Your way, bro. Let's go.
Dude, and it's fucking epic. Like I fill up my car with them, and I just swoop in. You know, I feel like Batman because I got a black Dodge Charger, like the policeman in Vancouver. I pull into the non-parking section, right into Tent City there, and then just start unloading and shooting video and talking to people. It's awesome. But the food always goes like instantly. Like,
yeah,
you know, people are fucking hungry,
yeah.
man. It's yeah.
So,
Go ahead, Scott.
One sec here. I was trying to. There we go.
Oh, and I want to mention John Parker, who is given 40 meals, who's one of our hosts here, and also John Boy, who's one of our server judges on our Discord server, has given
awesome
120 meals.
Wow.
So, yeah. And I know a lot of you guys do so much work for Pangburn anyway that allows us to do shit like this, and organize shit and keep things rolling. So, you know, a lot of you who work hard on your shows and everything already do donate to this cause. So it's all coming from the work, all the little bits of work that everyone puts into everything. So
I love it. I fucking love it. Guys, let's go ahead and move to Discord. I appreciate everybody listening. The Discord link is in the chat. Vlad, I would really like you to come to Discord if you can. I know you may not be able to, but I'd love to see you in there. Let's go ahead and end this thing, guys, and I really appreciate you listening tonight. Love you all, and see you next week.
Yeah, peace. You're the man.